Chapter 696. Wei Ming's eyes widened and he was shocked. He shouted, "Dodge!" The driver also saw it and subconsciously turned the steering wheel. Bang dash, the car hit the guardrail on the side. Mo Yin, who was standing on the roof, saw Wei Ming hurriedly get out of the car. His eyes were extremely cold. Wei Ming, who felt the strong killing intent, immediately looked towards Mo Yin's direction. He could only see the trees and the darkness around him. "Deputy leader in front." At this time, one of Wei Ming's subordinates suddenly said. Wei Ming turned his head and saw a figure standing in the middle of the road 100 meters ahead. Just when he looked over, the figure moved and slowly walked towards him. However, as soon as he moved, several silhouettes flashed out from the surroundings and quietly landed behind him, following him as he walked over. Wei Ming's side was vigilantly holding his gun and staring at the group of figures that suddenly appeared in front of him. When they saw the dark circles under the eyes of the group of people that came over and the pairs of pitch-black eyes that flickered with various colors, they all tensed up. "It's a zombie!" Wei Ming looked at the zombies in front of him and suddenly felt depressed. He was shocked. "Not good, it's a king zombie. And a few of them. Retreat!" Wei Ming decisively turned around and shouted. Then he flashed and was ready to escape. As soon as he gave the order, his subordinates immediately understood what he meant. One by one, they turned around and ran. Even their boss was scared away. Of course, they had to run too. But after Wei Ming turned around and flashed for less than 10 meters, the figure in front of the zombies also flashed and quickly appeared in front of Wei Ming. Wei Ming had no choice but to stop moving. The surrounding was dark. Wei Ming could clearly feel the existence of the opponent, but he couldn't see the face of the opponent. And just now, when he was in front of him with the car lights, he only had a rough look. But this zombie's cold killing intent was too obvious. He couldn't ignore it even if he wanted to. Now that he was facing the opponent at such a close distance, Wei Ming felt that the opponent's killing intent was directed at him. After having this thought, Wei Ming's body tensed up. He took a step back and condensed 2 big fireballs in his hands. The fireball's light illuminated the surrounding environment. At this time, Wei Ming finally saw the face of the zombie in front of him. Half of his pale face was covered with veins, and his purplish lips were tightly pursed into a line. His pitch-black eyes, which flickered with purple light, had no warmth at all. Instead, they were filled with killing intent. But the strange thing was, Wei Ming actually saw hatred in them. He was a little confused. Why could he see hatred? This was the first time he met this zombie, and he didn't seem to have offended him before. But no matter what kind of hatred it was, he didn't care. Because the opponent was a zombie. He threw the fireball in his hand and quickly retreated. Rumble! Mo Yin casually waved his hand, and a few lightning bolts struck down at the same time. The 2 fireballs that were flying towards him were shattered in an instant. Another bolt of lightning chased after Wei Ming's retreating figure. This bolt of lightning struck down in an instant. Wei Ming, who was retreating, didn't have time to dodge. He had no choice but to activate all the abilities in his body to form a protective shield. Bang! However, the opponent's lightning still managed to blast open his energy barrier, sending Wei Ming flying. With a bang, he hit the ground on the side. They were currently on a small hillside. Because this was the outskirts, the surroundings were barren. After Wei Ming hit the ground, his entire body was in so much pain that his reaction speed was a lot slower. At this time, Mo Yin waved his hand and threw another 2 small bolts of lightning at Wei Ming's legs. "Ah!" Wei Ming screamed. Both his legs were broken by the lightning. Mo Yin flashed and appeared next to him. He looked at Wei Ming and saw that he hadn't changed much from a few years ago. He squatted down and reached out to search for something on his body. When Mo Yin came closer, Wei Ming finally reacted. He didn't care about the pain on his legs. He raised his hand and formed a ball of lightning, then threw it towards Mo Yin. Mo Yin calmly turned around and immediately flashed to another direction. At the same time, he kicked out. Kacha! Wei Ming's hand was immediately broken by the kick. "Ah!" Wei Ming screamed again. The facial features on his face twisted into a hideous frown. He could see that this zombie didn't want to kill him immediately. Was it going to torture him? Why? Moreover, this zombie was at least a level 2 king. Wei Ming already knew that he couldn't escape. Death was so close to him, but Wei Ming wasn't afraid. This was because he had dealt with death many times, whether it was the gangsters before the apocalypse or the zombies after the apocalypse. But what was this zombie king looking for on his body? The injury on his legs and the broken hand made Wei Ming lose his mind. However, when he felt Mo Yin searching his body, he was at a loss. Soon, Mo Yin found a flashlight, paper, and pen on his body. He then turned on the flashlight and bit it in his mouth. Then, he used his hand to write on the paper. Wei Ming was shocked when he saw the zombie writing. He saw the zombie writing? Was he hallucinating? Wei Ming suspected that he was seeing things. Maybe the pain on his body made him hallucinate. He closed his eyes and opened them again. He saw that the zombie had finished writing and placed the words in front of him. He even took the flashlight out of his mouth and shone it on the paper. Wei Ming's eyes widened when he saw what was written. Do you know how it feels to have your flesh cut off by a knife? After Wei Ming opened his eyes wide, he suddenly revealed a terrified expression. He raised his head and stared at Mo Yan's blurry face in fear. You? Wei Ming shouted at Mo Yan with a panicked expression, but he couldn't say anything. At this moment, Mo Yan pulled out a short military knife from his leg. The cold metallic gleam flashed across. No, impossible. You're not Mo Yan. He's dead. He's already dead. Wei Ming suddenly became spirited. He twisted his body and wanted to retreat. However, his legs couldn't move, and he could only move one of his hands. Mo Yan's military knife turned nimbly and was held in his hand. Then, he slashed at Wei Ming's arm. As for Wei Ming's other team members, they were quickly killed by the other zombie kings. By the time Wei Ming died, the flesh on his body had already been sliced into a bloody mess by Mo Yan. A large amount of blood seeped into the ground where he lay, and the ground around him was covered with pieces of fresh meat. Mo Yin stood up, smelling the sweet smell of blood in the air, with an intoxicated expression. Only then did he turn around and leave. Chapter 697. Lin Xiao came over because of the smell of blood, and looked at the corpse that had its flesh cut off. Only the head was intact. That twisted expression showed that the person had died from the pain. However, the heart and energy core were not dug out. It was just a one-sided torture. Lin Xiao sensed Mo Yan's aura and looked down at the corpse on the ground. She waved her claws. Puff! The head of the well-preserved corpse was cut open by Lin Xiao. She put away the level 6 energy core. This time, Little Man had been absorbing energy for 2 days, and she was absorbing more and more energy. Lu Zhuofeng's level 8 energy core was absorbed by her by 30%. This was equivalent to the energy core of a level 5 Arcanist. The remaining 70% was completely absorbed by Lin Xiao. However, her rank did not show any signs of loosening. In other words, she had not reached the point where she could break through to Zombie Emperor. Little Man fell into a deep sleep again. After coming out of the space, Lin Xiao smelled a strong smell of blood coming from afar. Thus, she followed the smell, and when she saw the blood and flesh on the ground, she understood why the smell was so strong. Why did Mo Yin kill this person? Lin Xiao looked at the twisted face of the corpse and realized that she did not know this person. Holding the zombie core, Lin Xiao found the car that was abandoned by these people. Mo Yin would not be interested in the things in the car. Lin Xiao just wanted to know which base this group of people were from. He took out a few weapons from the car and filled the fuel tank with fuel. There was a serious shortage of gas in the post-apocalyptic world, and she could not waste any. However, the things in the car were too clean, and there was nothing that could identify these people. Lin Xiao jumped on the roof, and after thinking for a while, she followed Mo Yan's aura. Mo Yan's entire body was surging with killing intent. The moment he recognized Wei Ming, he did not want him to die so easily. He had been cut off piece by piece for a long time. He did not want to kill him so quickly. However, Wei Ming's painful and mournful screams made him excited, and he could not stop his actions. Every time he cut off a piece of meat, he would bring it to Wei Ming for him to see. Wei Ming felt the physical pain as well as the mental devastation. Soon he fainted. However, Mo Yin immediately woke him up and continued to cut. He turned a blind eye to Wei Ming's desperate pleas for death. In the end, even after Wei Ming died from the pain and breathed his last, he still didn't stop. He only stopped when all the flesh on the corpse was shaved off. He is a zombie. The smell of flesh and blood of living people is sweet and delicious to him. However, he was only willing to eat the heart. He wouldn't eat meat or blood. However, he had no interest in digging out Wei Ming's heart. After seeing him die, Mo Yin turned and left. He didn't even bother to dig up the energy core. That was why Lin Xiao, who came later, benefited. After Lin Xiao left, it didn't take long for some carnivores, insects, and birds to be attracted. They devoured Wei Ming's corpse and flesh. Mo Yan's blood qi and baleful aura returned to a place a dozen or so kilometers away from the base before stopping. There were a dozen zombies following behind him. Being affected by his aura, the surrounding zombie kings unconsciously distanced themselves from him. Lin Xiao didn't take long to sneak back and began to approach the level 5 female zombie that was furthest away from Mo Yin. There was a zombie emperor and a dozen zombie kings, but this area was very quiet. It wasn't until the female zombie suddenly disappeared that Mo Yan's expression froze and he quickly turned around. Roar! When he saw that the level 5 female zombie's position was empty, he became angry. However, before he could calm down from his anger, he saw another rank 1 king's zombie subordinate disappear. Roar! Come out! Mo Yin gritted his teeth in anger. Seeing this scene, he knew that it was that despicable female zombie. Oh, I can tell. Lin Xiao directly appeared and smiled at him. As soon as she appeared, a boom, lightning struck down towards her head. Lin Xiao flashed and appeared on the other side. Can you talk properly? If not, I will continue to take in your subordinates. It was a direct threat. Roar! Mo Yan's expression was very ferocious. His body was still filled with killing intent. He stared at her fiercely. He had no choice. He couldn't find a way to deal with this female zombie's invisibility and spatial abilities. So when she said that she could take in his subordinates, it meant that she could really take them all. She was only a level 7 king, but not only could she easily dodge his attack, she was also very cunning. The person you killed just now, does he have a grudge against you? Which base is he from? Lin Xiao calmly stood 10 meters away from Mo Yin and asked him. Mo Yin stared at her, but didn't say anything. Lin Xiao flashed again and disappeared. As soon as she disappeared, the surrounding zombie kings all tensed up. But they still couldn't stop Lin Xiao from suddenly grabbing him by the neck and throwing him into the space. Seeing another level 1 king disappear in front of him, Mo Yin gritted his teeth. Roar! It's from the west. After he roared, he turned his head and looked around vigilantly. West? Songyun base or Skyfire base? Lin Xiao reappeared, rubbing her chin. Roar! Let my people go! At this time, Mo Yin roared at her, the purple light in his eyes flashing. He looked like he wanted to bite Lin Xiao, but there was no killing intent. Speak! You've been waiting outside my base, looking for an opportunity to cause trouble, right? Lin Xiao didn't release the zombie she'd just captured. She wasn't curious about the person who was killed. If it was from the west, then it was either Songyun base or Skyfire base. She would send people out to investigate and find out who they were. The one who was killed was a level 6 adept, not a small fry in an ordinary base. Mo Yan's eyes flashed, but he just stared at Lin Xiao without saying a word. This female zombie could sense him, so it wasn't surprising that she could guess his intentions. Let's get out of here. We've been minding our own business. My people and I haven't done anything to offend you. So why do you keep staring at us? Or do you want me to take all your people away? Lin Xiao said as she glanced at the other king zombies. Being glanced at by her, the other zombies subconsciously stepped back a little. Roar! Then let my people go first. Mo Yin roared at her with his teeth bared. He was very angry in his heart. Her attack power was weaker than his, but her overall strength was about the same as his. If they fought, he wouldn't be able to kill her. Just that hateful space alone was enough to make him irritated. Chapter 698. That won't do. Do you think I'm stupid? Will you really leave if I let your people go? Lin Xiao rolled his eyes at him. She took in these 3 zombies just to make him more cautious. Whether or not he would return them would depend on her mood. The first time you came to my base, I already let you go. Do you want to do it a second or third time? If you don't leave, I will take in your 5 level 2 kings as well. Lin Xiao stared at Mo Yin and sneered. She was not the kind of person who liked to be taken advantage of, but the other party was not easy to deal with either. That was why she took 6 level first kings as spoils of war. If the other party wanted to send more, she would not mind taking them. Although Lin Xiao did not want to anger Mo Yin, she did not want to let him bully her either. Mo Yin stared at her, his purple lips forming a straight line. He did not make a sound, but his eyes were filled with ferocity. Thinking about the purpose of his appearance, he hesitated. This time, he wanted to go north. His destination was the Black Dragon's base in the northeast. He would not forget what happened a few years ago. Most of the people who died in that zombie wave were normal people. As for those who had eaten his flesh, there were still quite a few who were living freely and at ease. When he passed by here, he met Xiao Lily and the other 2 to expand his forces. He did not expect that he would fall into the hands of this strange female zombie. However, he unexpectedly met Wei Ming, his enemy. After killing him, Mo Yin had already taken half of his revenge. Seeing that this female zombie wanted to take in his carefully trained subordinates, Mo Yin began to feel fear. After staying silent for a while, he roared, "Roar! Return all my subordinates to me, and I will take them far away." All? No way. The ones from last time are already my spoils of war. Do you think that my base doesn't have to pay the price for messing with us? Lin Xiao shook her head. At most, I will return the 3 you took. She continued. Mo Yan's eyes flashed. His face was filled with killing intent. Roar. Are you not afraid that I will destroy your base that is not even finished yet? Lin Xiao smiled. The corner of her mouth curled up. However, there was no trace of a smile in her eyes. Instead, they were overflowing with the same killing intent. Then try it, even if I can't kill you. But I can also exhaust you to death, she said with a faint smile. It wasn't that she was overly conceited, but when she really put her life on the line, she would not show any weakness. Mo Yin stared at her, weighing in his heart. It seemed that he would not be able to get those 6-ranked first kings back. Roar. Then release the 3 from just now. Lin Xiao's body flashed, and when he reappeared, the 3 zombies were all at a loss. However, he quickly realized that they were in front of him again, so he immediately moved away from Lin Xiao. Goodbye, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Mo Yin stared at her silently for a few seconds before turning around and disappearing into the darkness. As soon as he left, the other zombie kings and the level 5 female zombie also quickly left. Lin Xiao stood on the spot, sensing their departure. It was not until an hour later that she turned around and returned to the base. The other party left easily, but Lin Xiao knew that he would not come back for the time being. As for whether he would come back in the future, it would depend on when he could kill all the people in the Black Dragon base who had eaten his flesh and drank his blood. When this brat was done with his revenge, then he would have the leisure to find trouble with her. Lin Xiao felt that she had to quickly level up. Although she was not very afraid of the other party now, if they were to really fight, she would not be able to do anything. However, even though she had absorbed 70% of Lu Zhuofeng's rank 8 ability core, she still could not feel the bottleneck. Did she need to absorb more energy? When they returned to the base, Qiu Lily ran over. He left? Lin Xiao nodded. He has more things to do, and wasting time here is just a waste of time. At least he can't touch us for the time being. Oh, Qiu Lily nodded. It's good that he left. He won't come back, right? Lin Xiao shrugged. Who knows? The next day, Lin Xiao held a management meeting and proposed to bring some people to deal with Sanyan base in 3 days. Tianqing will still stay in the base to build the wall. This is the list of people I want to bring. Take a look and see if there are any problems. Lin Xiao distributed the list of people to be brought out. The list included Li Zheng, Xie Dong, Duan Wan, and a few other team members. In addition to these people, there were also 6 level 1 king level beasts that Lin Ke and Mo Yin had snatched, as well as some other people. You want to bring Wenwen out? Yuan Tianqing was slightly surprised when he saw Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying on the list. Yes, that's right. I have always wanted to bring her out of the base to do missions, but it seems that there has never been a chance. This time, I will bring her out personally. Lin Xiao nodded and said, She won't be a burden, right? And you seem to have brought too few people? Lin Feng frowned and said, I won't expect much from her the first time, but at least I will let her know how to protect herself. I have brought a lot of people, Lin Ke and 6 level 1 king level beasts. That is enough. The rest of you can stay and guard the base. Lin Xiao said, are you going to leave us here again? No, I want to go with you too. Leave Elmar here. Qiu Lily looked at the list and realized that she and Elmar were not on it. Even number 1 to number 7 Geezer Guo was left in the base to guard the base. Hey, why should I stay? You should be the one staying. You went last time. It should be my turn now. Elmar was immediately displeased when she heard that Qiu Lily wanted her to stay. Why are you going? You are not as strong as me. Qiu Lily sat on the chair and flipped her hair while looking at her. Since you are strong, then you should stay and guard the base. Don't go. After all, if Big Sister leaves, there should be a level 2 king level beast here to guard the base. Otherwise, what if number 1, number 7, and the others rebel? Elmar glared at her and snorted, refusing to back down. They didn't know, and they didn't feel anything. As long as Lin Xiao gave the order, those zombies that were modified by her virus, no matter how high their levels were, would not disobey her orders. Okay, then let's take turns. To be fair, Lily followed me to the Hell King's base last time. So this time, Elmar will go with me, Lin Xiao said. Yay! Elmar immediately made a face at Qiu Lily happily and smiled proudly. Qiu Lily glared at her angrily, but since Lin Xiao had spoken, she had nothing else to say. Chapter 699. Lin Xiao looked at the two of them. Neither of them were very mature, but Elmar was more mature than Qiu Lily when she got serious. Qiu Lily was more suited for long-range attacks. But this time, Lin Xiao decided to let Elmar go because she could turn invisible just like her. It was a good assassination skill. Lin Xiao would be the one to do the long-range attacks. Qiu Lily, you just need to pay attention to the discipline of the other high-level zombies and the situation of Wushan's plantation. You have been out there for a long time, so just bear with it. Lin Xiao said to Qiu Lily. Oh. Qiu Lily replied reluctantly. Lin Xiao turned to Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, take some people out to collect some daily necessities. As long as it's useful, bring it back. Bring it all back. Understood. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Wenwen looked at Lin Xiao in surprise after receiving the mission. Huh? I'm going too? You've been training for so long, it's time to check it out. There's a difference between training in the base and actual combat outside. Don't you want to know your results? Lin Xiao said. After all, there was no room for improvement without the sense of danger. Although Lin Wenwen's stamina had improved a lot, and her combat skills and reaction speed had improved a lot, her ability to adapt was still limited. However, her adaptability was still somewhat limited, and she had only trained for a few months. Is there a problem? Lin Xiao looked at her and asked. Lin Wenwen looked back at her, then turned to look at her master Long Qingying. Long Qingying looked back at her, but didn't say anything. That's good. Get ready, we'll leave in 3 days. Lin Xiao nodded and left with Duanwan. This time, Lin Wenwen didn't hesitate too much. She didn't want to be in the same place as Yuan Tianqing and reject the mission. She needed to grow and become stronger. But her ability was only spatial, and she didn't have any offensive abilities. So she needed to increase her physical attack power. How do you think my sister is going to deal with Hidden Cloud City? Can we deal with hundreds of thousands of people? Lin Wenwen closed the door and asked Long Qingying. Hundreds of thousands of people are just ordinary people. Don't worry. I think the leader's target should be the managers of the Tsangyan base. As long as Lu Zhuofeng isn't here, no one else is a match for our leader. Long Qingying was very confident in Lin Xiao. Lin Wenwen nodded. That's true. I was thinking too much. You agreed quite straightforwardly this time. You're going so far away, and you won't be back so soon. You can't bear to see your brother Tianxing anymore? Long Qingying looked at her expressionlessly, but her words carried a hint of mockery. Lin Wenwen fell silent. After a while, he said slowly, "He still has my sister in his heart. Haven't you noticed that ever since he found out that my sister is still alive, his eyes have always been on my sister? I didn't expect him to turn around and look at me, but if I wanted to stand by his side, I needed a suitable identity. I want to help my sister manage the base with him, so I have to use my own ability to climb up to the position of manager. With your current speed, it might be very slow," Long Qingying said. "It's okay. I won't give up no matter how long it takes." Lin Wenwen smiled slightly, her eyes shining with some kind of stubborn light. Long Qingying's face was still expressionless. She looked at her expressionlessly, but in her heart she sighed. Then she didn't say anything else. On the other side, Duanwan knew what kind of person Lin Wenwen was in the past. She followed behind Lin Xiao worriedly and asked, "Miss Wenwen is going too? Is it really okay?" Although she has changed a lot now. But the eldest miss was still the eldest miss. Although her princess disease had been cured, she would still be willful. In the past, even when the eldest miss asked her to follow on a mission to store food, she would also send a team of people to protect her. But in the current situation, they clearly didn't have many people, but they still had to be distracted to protect her. Her views have changed a lot now. If she wants to become stronger, I will give her a chance. If she can't get past this, then what confidence does she have to make Yuan Tianxing look at her again? Lin Xiao smiled faintly. 3 days later, early in the morning, Lin Xiao left the base with a few vehicles. As part of the intelligence investigation team, Li Zheng and the others drove an off-road vehicle to the front early in the morning. However, not long after they left, Lin Xiao found some people appearing in the Westlake district near the upper city. In a flash, she appeared on the roof of Li Zheng and the others' car. "Stop!" Li Zheng and the others stopped the car. They poked their heads out of the car and saw Lin Xiao lightly jump down from the roof. "Li Zheng, take some people to investigate and see who is there." Lin Xiao stared in that direction and said, "Yes." Li Zheng immediately got down from the car with his people. They sneaked into the forest by the roadside and went in the direction that Lin Xiao pointed. Lin Xiao turned around and returned to the front of the car. Duan Wan and Xie Dong stood in front of the car and looked at her. Neither of them asked anything. Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying, who were on the roof, also got down from the car. "What's wrong?" Lin Wenwen glanced at Lin Xiao. It seemed that they had temporarily stopped. "There's something up ahead. Let's wait for Li Zheng and the others to come back. We'll stop for now." Lin Xiao looked in the direction that Li Zheng and the others left in. Those people were not far away. They were only 2 or 3 kilometers away. The strongest ability on the other side was only rank 6. The others were all rank 4 or 5 ability users. They could not sense where Lin Xiao was. Not long after, Li Zheng and the others quietly returned. "It's the people from Hidden Cloud City. Deputy Leader Qi Hanhui and more than 200 people. There are about a dozen level 5 arcanists and about 30 level 4 arcanists." Li Zheng reported the rough information he had gathered to Lin Xiao. "Qi Hanhui? Is there anything else?" Lin Xiao touched her chin and asked. "They seem to have sent someone out to scout for information. It seems that they are waiting for the people who came out to meet up with them." Li Zheng said. They only observed from afar and did not get too close. They could only identify the identity of the other party and judge the general situation. "Waiting for someone? Scout?" Lin Xiao crossed her left hand in front of her chest and put her right elbow on the back of her left hand. She touched her chin with her right hand and thought for a while. "They should be coming for us. Several groups came in the past 2 days. But not all of them are from Hidden Cloud City," Lin Xiao said softly. She remembered that the person that Mo Yin killed was from the west, so it should be Hidden Cloud City. But one of the 2 rank 6 ability users was already dead. They also brought 200 to 300 people. It was obvious that they were not here to scout for information. They were probably here to find Lu Zhuofeng. Chapter 700. Did you guys alert them? Lin Xiao looked up at Li Zheng and asked. No, we were scouting from afar. Li Zheng shook his head. Only 200 to 300 people, a level 6 metahuman. Wenwen, Ching Ching, you two come with me to take care of them. The rest of you, follow me. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment, then immediately turned around and called Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying. Following them meant to let them walk slowly and wait for them to settle the matter before coming back. Lin Xiao's figure flashed into the forest at the side. Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying did not say anything and immediately followed. Long Qingying was wearing a black trench coat, with her samurai sword still hanging on her waist. Lin Wenwen was wearing a camouflage uniform, a hat, and short military shoes. He followed behind Long Qingying, moving nimbly through the forest. There was not a trace of impatience on his face because of the difficult terrain to walk on. Qi Hanhui and the others were waiting for Wei Ming's information, but they did not know that Wei Ming had been killed a few days ago. And now, the person who killed them was heading towards them, but they had no idea. The two of you wait here. If you see any deserters coming this way, kill them. Don't hold back. Lin Xiao brought Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying to hide 800 to 900 meters away from Qi Hanhui, then passed the binoculars in his hand to Lin Wenwen. She looked at Lin Wenwen and asked seriously, "Can you do it?" Lin Wenwen took the binoculars and looked at her, then at the direction that Lin Xiao pointed out. She gritted her teeth and nodded. "I can do it," she said. Killing this was the first time, but she would not retreat. "That's good." Lin Xiao nodded, then stood up and disappeared in front of the two. 900 meters away, Qi Hanhui and the others stayed in a factory. The car parked in the open space in front of the factory. "It's been 4 days. I don't know if Vice Leader Wei has found out anything about the base." Qi Hanhui's assistant stood beside him and handed him a bottle of water. "A group of defeated soldiers from Hades King's base. What can they do? Building a base in Hangzhou City? I think it's all fake. The density of the zombies here is much higher than the West Lake." Qi Hanhui took the water with a nonchalant face, unscrewed it, and poured 2 mouthfuls into his mouth. "But the people we sent last time haven't come back. Or did Vice Leader Wei encounter him?" The assistant asked curiously. "Probably. I don't know what's going on with the leader and the others. He even asked us to come and find out more about this base. What was there to be clear about? It's not dangerous to our base." Qi Hanhui clearly had some doubts about the instructions given by his superior. "That's true," the assistant agreed. Of the 200 to 300 people, except for a dozen who were standing guard outside, the rest were lazing around in the factory on the second floor. The surrounding zombies were all cleared out, leaving an empty space in front of the factory. The factory's electric gate was closed, blocking the ordinary zombies outside. A bunch of clumsy ordinary zombies were blocked outside, and the soldiers guarding around didn't shoot them. They were on guard against level 2 or 3 zombies, and even level 4 or 5 zombies, so they didn't want to waste their bullets on these ordinary zombies. A transparent figure jumped over the top of the guard room, next to the door, and then landed on the empty space in front of the factory. Lin Xiao walked towards the stairs as if nothing had happened, and there were 2 soldiers guarding the stairs. "It's freezing. When can we go back? We've been out for a month." "Shoo, lower your voice. If the vice leader hears you, you'll be in trouble." "Don't say it. My heart is too stifled." The 2 of them whispered, but they didn't know that an intruder had already passed between them and walked up the stairs. Lin Xiao went up to the second floor and directly entered the factory's office. She saw the level 6 paranormal and the level 5 paranormal standing by the window, looking out. The cold wind didn't affect them at all. The others in the office were sitting on the floor, hugging their guns and huddling together against the wall or the table. The weather was cold, and when they sat down, they didn't want to move, and even stretching their legs felt cold. Most of them were leaning against each other to warm themselves. Lin Xiao avoided the people sitting on the floor and walked to the side of the level 6 paranormal. She suddenly raised her palm and slapped the back of the paranormal. When she slapped the body of the paranormal, she revealed herself. Puff! Chi! Black flames burst out from under her palm. "Ah!" Qi Hanhui screamed, waking everyone up. When they looked up at Qi Hanhui's position, they only saw a black flaming man rapidly disappearing and shrinking. The assistant subconsciously retreated to the side but he was too shocked to react. "Who's there?" Everyone saw the position where Chi Han Hui was standing, and a strange woman appeared next to him. It was this woman who attacked their vice leader. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone reacted and immediately fired at Lin Xiao's position. At this time, Chi Han Hui fell to the ground, his body wrapped in black flames. Except for the scream just now, there was no other movement. After he fell, the black flames on his body spread along the wall and the ground. When they opened fire, Lin Xiao dodged the bullets. At the same time, she waved her hand, controlling the flames to suddenly expand, instantly filling the entire office with darkness. Their strongest level 6 paranormal was killed in the blink of an eye. The people who reacted quickly and retreated from the office desperately tried to escape. Retreat! 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 Scatter and escape. The people who escaped shouted in panic and quickly rushed downstairs towards the location of the car. Lin Xiao just stood by the window, waved her hand, and the darkness in the office immediately rushed out of the building, twisting its body in midair like a black snake, and rushed down to the car below. Lin Xiao controlled the flames to be divided into several smaller waves, avoiding the car and directly hitting the bodies of those people. Puff! Hoo! Ah! Once the flames touched the bodies of these people, they immediately expanded and quickly wrapped them inside. Then, except for a scream, nothing was left. Not long after, the factory immediately fell into a ball of black flames, and the zombies that were originally crowded at the entrance had already turned around and fled when Lin Xiao appeared in the office on the second floor. Lin Xiao turned her head to look at the others who were still alive, and they split into several groups and ran to different places. She flashed, and then a few figures appeared beside her. Over there, and over there. Split up, don't let any fish escape. Lin Xiao pointed in 3 directions for them to chase, and she went in the direction of Lin Wenwen and the other person. 3 fish swam in that direction. They were just ordinary people. What would Lin Wenwen do? Chapter 701. Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying hid in a nearby house and soon saw the 3 men running towards them in a panic. They were all ordinary people with guns in their hands. Their attention was focused on avoiding the zombies around them and the situation behind them. Before Long Qingying said anything, Lin Wenwen had already raised her rifle and aimed at one of them. She took a deep breath, but her heart was beating fast. She told herself that these people were from Hidden Cloud City, and they were their enemies. If they hadn't helped Earth Dragon Base, then Hades Base wouldn't have lost so many people and they wouldn't have been forced to escape. Her elder sister wouldn't have exploded her energy core and turned into another person like this. Even her elder brother was seriously injured and almost died at that time. As she thought about it, a wave of resentment rose in Lin Wenwen's heart. She aimed at the 3 men with killing intent in her eyes. She looked at the 3 men getting closer and closer to them. Shoot! At this time, Long Qingying suddenly said. She knew that Lin Wenwen had already mentally prepared herself. Bang dash, Lin Wenwen finally pulled the trigger, and the bullet flew out. The 2 of them had Lin Xiao's grass ball on them, so the surrounding zombies didn't dare to come close, and they hid safely. But the 3 men who escaped were different. They had to pay attention to the zombies around them and be alert to whether Lin Xiao would chase them or not. In the end, they didn't notice Lin Wenwen's killing intent at all. After the gunshot, one of them fell down. Continue. Don't stop. Long Qingying stood behind her and said sternly. Lin Wenwen aimed at the other 2 men. The other 2 panicked when their companion was suddenly shot and fell down. One of them immediately ran to the side of the person who was shot, and while shooting at the surrounding zombies, he dragged him to the side of the house to hide. The other one directly turned around and ran away, leaving the person who was shot and the other person behind. In this kind of situation, bringing along a wounded person was obviously a burden. He didn't want to die here, but before he could run a few meters, he was immediately shot in the leg. When he fell to the ground, a zombie suddenly rushed out and pounced on him. A scream came from afar. On the other side, the man who dragged his companion to hide also had to take care of his companion while guarding against the enemies and zombies hiding in the dark. In the end, he was knocked down by a level 2 zombie that jumped down from the roof. The scream stopped after a while, and Long Qingying and Lin Wenwen walked out of the house. Lin Wenwen pursed his lips tightly, but his eyes were clear and calm. His expression did not change. "Your spear skills are pretty good." At that moment, Lin Xiao suddenly appeared beside them. Lin Wenwen's previous 2 shots, although did not hit the target's vital parts, but in this environment where zombies were everywhere, it was impossible to kill them. If an ordinary person was injured and bled, they would not be far from death. Even if they could temporarily find a place to hide, the smell of blood would only attract a large number of zombies outside. So in the end, they would either rush out and be bitten to death by zombies or starve to death or die from injuries. In the past, Lin Wenwen had only been shooting at objects. Now he could hit 2 shots at a freely moving target, which was already very good. Lin Wenwen gritted his teeth and said, "They deserve to die. Yes, I will let them be buried with our Pluto." Lin Xiao nodded and said calmly, "Her base had been destroyed. How could she tolerate the people who destroyed her base living well? Let's go." Lin Xiao turned around and left with the 2 of them. "How do you feel?" Long Qingying walked beside Lin Wenwen and asked. "I'm fine." Lin Wenwen shook her head. Although it was her first time killing someone, it might be because she had seen too many deaths when Pluto was breached. She didn't care whether she killed people or not. Thinking of the artillery, war, and abilities that Long Yubai brought half a year ago, what was left was blood, broken limbs, corpses, ruins, smoke, the destruction of her family. Therefore, it was just killing 2 people. Lin Wenwen easily accepted it. "It's good that you're fine." Long Qingying nodded. The 3 of them quickly returned to the front of the convoy, and Lin Xiao ordered, "Let's go." On the other side of Haicheng, Wu Qingyue sat in front of his desk looking at some documents. It was already February, and the Spring Festival was coming soon. Although everyone only cared about survival after the end of the world and no longer cared about festivals. But the Spring Festival was still maintained. Every year during the Spring Festival, the major bases would take out twice the amount of food and clothes from the warehouse. Not to mention anything else, as long as they had enough to eat and wear. But the number of people in each district had to be recounted before the supplies would be distributed according to each person's position and contribution to the base. Wu Qingyue was looking at the list of supplies for each district that Xiao Yunlong had prepared. If there were no problems, he would stamp it and go to Zhou Shihui to get the supplies. Leader Miss Liu brought people out of the base again. Xiao Liqing came in at this time. At this time, his arcana level had broken through to level 6, but his aura still looked calm. Wu Qingyue looked up and asked curiously, "Where is she going? Why is she going out at this time? Isn't it almost the Spring Festival?" Then he frowned. "If she goes out now, when will she come back?" According to the news from the Universal Base, she went to deal with Songyun Base, and she didn't bring many people with her. It seems that she won't be back in a short time. Xiao Liqing looked at him and said, "She just drove away the zombie emperor, and now she's going to attack Songyun City?" Although Lu Zhuofeng is no longer there, there are hundreds of thousands of people in Songyun City and tens of thousands of ability users. How many people did she bring? Wu Qingyue thought about it and asked. She didn't bring many people, less than 100 people. As for zombies, I'm not sure. Xiao Liqing looked at the report in his hand and said, "Because they all knew how many zombies were hidden in her space, then pay attention to her situation along the way, and pay more attention to Songyun City." Although Wu Qingyue felt that it wasn't appropriate for the female zombie to go at this time, he didn't say anything. But he and Xiao Liqing knew that Songyun City wouldn't have a good time this year. Even if they could, it was another matter. Don't we need to help?" Xiao Liqing looked at him and said hesitantly, "Do you think she needs it?" Wu Qingyue raised his eyelids and glanced at him. "But she's going to deal with the survivor base, and she doesn't even have a weapon," Xiao Liqing said uncertainly. "Weapon? Did you forget what her biggest weapon is?" Wu Qingyue smiled and looked down at the work in his hand. After knowing her for so long, he wasn't worried about the female zombie's strength at all. He had suffered a few losses in her hands. How could anyone else be able to get away with it? Chapter 702. Wu Yueling, who was sitting on the side, seemed to have heard her dad mention the zombie mama. She immediately threw away the doll in her hand and slid off the sofa. then ran to Wu Qingyue's side. Wu Yueling's small hand held Wu Qingyue's leg and looked up at him. "What's wrong?" Wu Qingyue tilted his head to look at her and saw that her pure eyes were shining. He couldn't help but smile. This child was quite sensitive to the female zombie. As long as the topic about her was heard by this child, she would immediately react. Seeing Wu Qingyue speak, Wu Yueling just looked at him with her big eyes, full of expectation. "When she comes back, we'll go find her, okay?" Wu Qingyue smiled and said to her. As expected, waiting for the female zombie to come to him was all fake. He should take the initiative. Should he propose to her when there were many people? Or should he propose to her when there weren't many people? Anyway, the child in her stomach was already a few months old. If she didn't marry him, who else could she marry? Thinking of this, the smile in Wu Qingyue's eyes deepened. Thinking of the female zombie's reaction, Wu Qingyue felt that it must be very interesting. Although this female zombie was calm and decisive in front of outsiders and had a strong aura, but sometimes she was a bit rash, Wu Qingyue found that her nature was actually quite funny. Hearing this, Wu Yueling's eyes immediately lit up. She nodded her head vigorously. Wu Qingyue sighed. Nothing else could attract his daughter's interest. Only that female zombie could make her have such a big reaction. Xiao Liqing looked at him and said, "I heard. Yuan Tianqing seems to be paying a lot of attention to Miss Liu, and it's not a normal one. If you keep dragging this on, Big Zombie's sister might become someone else's." "Huh? Him?" Wu Qingyue looked up and was slightly startled. Then he said strangely, "Didn't he only like Lin Xiao before? Is it because he's no longer here that you've changed your targets so quickly?" "I'm not sure about this, but I heard that his eyes are always chasing after Big Zombie Sister's figure. I think he's going to become your potential love rival. And he's close to you." Xiao Liqing shrugged and said. Wu Qingyue, who suddenly had a love rival, had a strange expression. After a while, he said, "So what if I like it?" He also knows her identity. "Do you think Yuan Tianqing can accept sleeping with a female zombie? Isn't he afraid of getting bitten at night?" Xiao Liqing looked at him with a strange expression. "If you're not afraid, why should I be afraid?" He rolled his eyes. Look at Qin Yuding and Xin Yuzhen. Qin Yuding didn't seem to mind Xin Yuzhen's current appearance. "I've already done it with her, and she's pregnant with my child." Yuan Tianqing had no chance at all. Wu Qingyue looked at him with a meaningful smile. Question mark? Xiao Liqing looked at him in confusion. He felt that there was a sense of complacency in it. Was he seeing things? "Don't worry. She won't be taken away by a wolf. Even I can't take it away, let alone others. I think in the end, they will all be taken in by her to be used as labor." Wu Qingyue said it lightly, smiling as if it had nothing to do with him. "All right, Lingling, be a good girl. Go sit on the sofa. Dad still has things to do." Wu Qingyue lowered his head and smiled at Wu Yueling. Wu Yueling nodded, turned around, and happily ran to the sofa. Dad said that when the zombie mom came back, he would take her to play with the zombie mom. With Lin Xiao there, although the zombies didn't dare to block the way, the road wasn't unobstructed. The debris on the road was an obstacle, and they occasionally had to stop to clear it. Even so, Lin Xiao and the others arrived at the edge of Songyun Base in a few days. Songyun Base wasn't in Tibet, but in a town near the border of Dian Province and Chuan Province. Lin Xiao took people around Dian Province and stopped a few kilometers away from Songyun Base. The weather in the southwest was also bone-chilling, but of course this didn't affect the zombies. As usual, they swayed, walked, and foraged for food as if nothing had happened. After a preliminary investigation of the defense of Songyun Base, they found that Songyun Base's gate was closed. Unless someone with an important position in the base had to go out to do something, the gate would be opened. Ordinary people weren't allowed to go out. Lin Xiao put everyone into the space, and then he stealthily passed through the open space outside the base to the edge of the wall. The walls of Songyun Base were very high, more than 10 meters. The ability users of Songyun Base and Skyfire Base awakened more earth and wind elements, so it was easy to build walls and houses. Therefore, the outer wall was built high to prevent the zombies from invading. However, it couldn't stop Lin Xiao, who was a high-level zombie that climbed to the top of the wall with a few claws and was invisible. Lin Xiao stood at the top of the wall and sniffed, then walked down from the ladder next to him. Then he sneaked in the direction with the most human sense, the densest and the most mixed. Not long after, he arrived at the civilian area. Although it was called the civilian area, it was actually just a few large iron sheds. The iron shed wasn't in good condition. It was full of holes and was making pa-pa-pa sounds when the wind blew. The inside of the shed was filled with 2 layers of bed frames, and there was an empty space in the middle covered with dirty old clothes or quilts, and there were many people lying on it. The people who could sleep on the iron beds in the iron sheds were all strong men, and there were also some women. Here, as long as it was a woman, even a middle-aged woman, there would be people coveting her, because there were no young and beautiful women in this place. Not to mention beautiful, there wasn't even a young one. The young ones were also taken away to be raised, and it was even more impossible for these beggar-like men to take advantage of them. Therefore, if the men here wanted a vent, it was either the older women or some young men. Moreover, the weather was cold, and it was normal to find someone to warm the bed. Lin Xiao didn't enter the iron shed, but just looked outside. He quietly listened to the surrounding chatter. I heard that this year's supplies and food are a lot more than the previous years. Maybe we don't have to fight so hard to get some food. That's right. All the granaries of Hades' base have been divided among the 3 bases, and now our base has control of Earth Dragon Base. I heard that we don't plan to leave any food for Earth Dragon Base. They should be starving to death by now. Even if they don't starve to death, they should die from the cold. Why do we care so much about other people? We should take care of ourselves. Even if this year's granary is sufficient, it has already been taken by those above us. How much can we have? That's true, and we have more and more people starving to death here. When it comes to the Spring Festival, there will probably be a lot less people. That's for sure. Isn't it like this every year? Chapter 703. After listening for a while, Lin Xiao turned around and left. Sanyan Base probably didn't plan to care about the people in the Earth Dragon Base, but they moved all the precious resources and food from the Earth Dragon Base to the Sanyan Base. Although the Earth Dragon Base was now under their control, didn't they plan to develop the base? However, this was none of her business. If the Earth Dragon Base continued to decline like this, it would be completely deserved. The houses in the civilian area were all full of people. Iron shacks were built because there weren't enough people to live in. The population here was dense and chaotic, so no one cared. The administrators or soldiers here were the bosses. They didn't need a reason to shoot and kill. The rule of survival here was not to fight with these soldiers with guns. Otherwise, no one would care if you died. Lin Xiao found a secluded spot and showed himself, bringing Li Zheng's team out, mixing with these ordinary civilians. When the inner area is in chaos, find an opportunity to incite them to rebel. She ordered them. Yes, understood. Li Zheng nodded his head, turned around, and quickly disappeared with the others. Lin Xiao jumped onto the roof and headed in the direction of the administrators of this area. Sanyan Base had 3 leaders and 8 deputy leaders. One of the leaders was dead, and 3 of the deputy leaders were dead. Then there were only 2 leaders and 5 deputy leaders to deal with. But in addition to these, there were also many administrators of the district. Not long after, Lin Xiao arrived at a small district. This was an ordinary district. The buildings were not tall, at most 7 stories. However, there were many soldiers wearing military uniforms and holding guns around the district. They were all important administrators or ability users of this district. After Lin Xiao entered the district, she released the level 1 King Pit from a dead corner. Kung Kung, kill everyone here in half an hour. As long as they are ability users, don't leave them alive. Lin Xiao said to the young female zombie, who was at a loss. Roar, 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 pit, pit, pit. The female zombie saw that Lin Xiao only knew how to say the word pit, but she nodded to Lin Xiao, indicating that she understood what she meant. Go! Lin Xiao waved her hand and immediately disappeared. Then she quickly went to another area, released another level 1 king, and gave the same order. Just like that, Lin Xiao secretly released 6 level 1 kings in the 8 districts surrounding the Tsangyan base. After she entered the inner zone, she released Elmar and Lin Kuei. "Do as I said," Lin Xiao said to them, then turned around and left quickly to search for his target. The mission she gave the 6-rank first kings was simple: kill those managers and metahumans. The strongest adepts living in the outer base were no more than level 5. The mission given to Elmar and Lin Kuei was to kill one of the leaders, Mu Qingfeng, because he was a natural wood-type mutant. The other would deal with the other level 6 arcanists, the 5 deputy leaders, or other important figures. There were quite a number of level 6 arcanists in Hidden Cloud City. Aside from the deputy leaders, there were also other level 6 arcanists. Lin Xiao asked Elmar to deal with Mu Qingfeng, while Lin Kuei dealt with the deputy chiefs. As for herself, she went to look for Fang Xiulin, who had dual wind and sand abilities. There was a garden district in the inner district. There were several apartment buildings in the district. This was the building with the best environment in this small town, and it was newly built. So the level 6 arcanists, the leaders, and the deputy leaders lived here. Lin Xiao came here and looked around. Based on the information she got from the Hades base, she quickly found the building where Fang Xiulin lived. Fang Xiulin lived on the 7th floor, and there were only 2 apartments on each floor. So Fang Xiulin lived in one apartment, and the other was for his parents. The 2 apartments downstairs were given to his younger brother and sister. When Lin Xiao went up to the 6th floor, she stood in front of the door of Fang Xiulin's sister's family and knocked. "Who is it?" A voice came from the room. Lin Xiao did not say anything, but continued to knock a few more times. "Hey, coming. Stop knocking." The person in the room quickly responded, and it seemed like he was ready to open the door. The sound of footsteps came to the door, and then the door was opened. A woman in her 30s stood by the door and looked out in confusion. "Huh? Why is there no one?" The woman muttered strangely and looked outside to make sure there was no one. Then she closed the door. She didn't notice that when she opened the door, a wisp of black flame slid in and disappeared under the table. It was not that she did not have a sense of danger, but ordinary people could not enter this place. Moreover, everyone knew her identity. She was the leader's sister, so who would have the guts to provoke her? "Who is it?" At this time, a man's voice came from inside the room. The woman turned around and said with a blank face, "There is no one at the door." "No one? Why is there no one?" The person in the room said strangely, and then a man walked out. He sat on the sofa in the living room, poured a cup of water, and drank half of it. Then he put down the cup and said, "I clearly heard the knocking. Why is there no one? Or did they leave? Is there something at the door?" The woman shook her head. "There is nothing. Could it be someone who came to cause trouble? Who dares to cause trouble at our door? Who could it be?" Both of their expressions were strange, but they could not think of a reason. Could it be someone bad? But what kind of bad person would dare to directly break into this place? First of all, they were the relatives of the leader, and the husband and wife were both level 5 psychics. Their strength was not weak either. The woman thought for a moment and suddenly remembered that the kitchen was cooking. She quickly turned around and went into the kitchen. A small black flame rose from behind the sofa, but the flame did not touch anything. Instead, a small part of it floated to the man's ear from behind and quickly drilled into his ear. The man's expression suddenly changed, and he opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Then his entire expression froze on his face, and the light in his eyes quickly disappeared. The other flame flew directly into the kitchen, and after a while, it flew out again. Then it flashed in front of the man's corpse, and a black flame flew out of the corpse's ear. Then the 2 strange black flames merged into one and flew towards the door. Soon, a person appeared by the door. Lin Xiao waved her hand to retract the flame, then turned around and opened the door. Then she closed the door, and the 2 dead bodies were locked in a room. She did not immediately leave. Instead, she walked to the opposite door and disappeared. After a while, she saw the opposite door open by itself. A boy about 10 years old walked out and walked towards the opposite door. Chapter 704. A wisp of black flame slid in through the open door behind the little boy. The little boy walked to the room that Lin Xiao had just come out of, knocked on the door a few times, and then shouted at the door, "Aunt, can I come in? My parents are quarreling again." Behind him, there were a few curses coming from the door. "Fong, let me tell you, if you hook up with other women outside, I'll take my son and leave this Songyin base. If you want a son, find those women to give birth to them for you." A woman's sharp voice was accompanied by the sound of something smashing. "You shut up, you stinky woman. Why don't you take a look at yourself now? It makes people want to vomit. If you want to get out earlier. I won't have to feed you anymore. But don't even think about taking my son away. Otherwise, I'll break your legs and see how you can walk." A man's voice was scolding the woman just now. "Ah, you scum, come and see if you can break my legs. I'll take my son away today. What can you do?" The woman screamed in anger, and then a woman with disheveled hair rushed out. At this time, the little boy was wondering why his aunt and uncle did not come to open the door. In the past, every time his parents quarreled, the little boy would hide in his aunt's house. He raised his hand and knocked on the door again, but at this time, the woman behind rushed out and grabbed the little boy's hand and dragged him downstairs. "Son, let's go. From now on, you will live with your mother. Don't recognize that scum as your father, in case you become a scum like him in the future." The woman dragged her son downstairs while crying. There was a man in his 30s in the house. When he saw his wife run out and pull his son downstairs, he wanted to rush out and stop her. He even wanted to beat her up. This woman's skin was itching again. However, before he could go out, a black flame rushed into his nose at a speed that could not be seen with the naked eye. The man's body froze, and he stood there in the original posture of running out, his eyes wide open. The next second, he saw blood oozing out of his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. Lin Xiao did not care about the mother and son who rushed downstairs. She turned around and went up to the 7th floor. She knew that at this time, Fong Shilin's house upstairs also had a wife. His wife was not an ordinary person. She was a level 6 water ability user and a doctor by profession. Lin Xiao sniffed. This woman was at home today. Moreover, he wasn't alone. She was not prepared to deal with Fong Shilin's parents because his parents were ordinary people who had not awakened their abilities. After going upstairs, they arrived at the entrance of Fong Xiu's house. Lin Xiao found it strange that the door to his house was unlatched. Did he forget to close the door because he came to steal some food? As Lin Xiao thought about it, he gently pulled the door open and entered. Then he closed the door and silently closed it. Although the soundproofing of the house was good, Lin Xiao's ears directly stretched out through the thin crack of the door. Bah, no. It was the sound from inside that penetrated through the crack of the door and into her ears. It hurts. Slow down, ah. You're too rude. A woman's moaning voice could be heard. If an ordinary person was standing in the living room, they wouldn't be able to hear it, let alone outside the living room. Then came another man's heavy breathing. I missed you, didn't I? We haven't done it for so many days. I miss you so much. I've lost my mind looking at my darling. Slow down. I can't take it anymore. There's no other way. Fong Shilin has been too idle recently. He has nothing to do, so he stays at home. The woman's voice was coquettish, and then she said with some annoyance. Lin Xiao stood by the door and listened to the fight inside. She silently thought that this woman was really bold. She actually called her lover to her house. She knew that Fong Shilin's wife was a very beautiful woman, and she was young. She was also a water ability user, and she was very good at taking care of herself. At the age of 30, her skin was still tender and white. Her eyes were full of waves, and she had a slender waist and long legs. Any man who saw her would secretly drool. This woman was very open. She wasn't like Lu Tianyu, who sold her body to survive and relied on men. She also wasn't like Yin Fangyu, who liked to flirt with men but still had to pretend to be noble and pure. She directly hooked up with men outside, and she had many lovers. She basically wouldn't cover up her affair, but she didn't seem to be afraid of being discovered by Fong Xiolin. Fong Xiolin on the other hand, seemed to ignore all of this. No matter how wild she was, he didn't make a sound. She heard that he forced this woman to marry him in the beginning, and there were no feelings between the two of them. As the sounds of the two people inside became more and more fierce, Lin Xiao injected a wisp of flame into the door lock and then gently twisted it with her hand. The door opened silently, but the people inside didn't notice. After Lin Xiao went in, he enjoyed the scene with great interest. The woman was beautiful. Her skin was white and translucent, and her legs were slender and long. The man's face couldn't be seen, but looking at his strong back and slender figure, this man shouldn't be too bad looking. A thin wisp of black flame quietly slipped from Lin Xiao's hand and slid along the ground to the bed. Then, it split into two and lurked on the hair of the two people. While the two were having fun and their consciousness was floating, they didn't notice that there was an invisible person and two black flames in the room. The energy that Lin Xiao controlled in the flame was very light. So even if the two people on the bed were a level 6 ability user and a level 5 ability user, they wouldn't be able to feel it. Moreover, the two people were doing it enthusiastically. Just when the two people agreed to come at the same time, they were in extreme pleasure and blackening the whole world. Dying under this feeling was also a happy thing. Lin Xiao turned around and walked out of the room to close the door, but the door lock was broken by her. But it didn't matter. She didn't care anyway. Lin Xiao directly went out from the balcony, and in a flash, she jumped to the top of the building. Then she jumped to the inner district government building. In fact, she was just passing by because the government building was in this direction. Killing Fang Xiulin's family was just a matter of convenience. At this time, Fang Xiulin was in the conference room, and he still didn't know that his brother, sister, and wife had been killed. He looked at the information in his hand and slightly frowned. This Qingshan base is in the zombie region, and they can actually survive in that kind of environment. They really have some ability. He looked at the information of Qingshan base in his hand and said, I only found the approximate location, but I can't find the detailed address. But why hasn't the news from Hangzhou come back? It's been so many days. Even the news from Qingshan base has come back. Why haven't they made a move? The deputy leader beside Fang Xiulin said with a puzzled expression. Fang Xiulin frowned slightly. He always felt some kind of ominous premonition. Chapter 705. Boss, this year's harvest from Hades and Earth Dragon will be enough for the base for a long time. But that won't solve our problem. Why don't we move to Earth Dragon's base? After all, the harvest of the Earth Dragon base is much higher than mine, the deputy leader said. Songyun City's farming had become more and more difficult these past few years. Either nothing grew in the soil, or the crops were mutated and inedible. But how could moving a base be so easy? 700,000 to 800,000 people moving would reduce the number of zombies along the way. Of course, they couldn't protect everyone. But what these people ate and used was a burden on Songyun base. They couldn't reduce the number of people on the surface. Looking at it from another perspective, perhaps moving would allow everyone in the base to be screened. Survival of the fittest, elimination of the weak. Fang Xiulin's eyes flashed. We'll have to wait for Lu Zhuofeng to come back. His meaning was clear. He agreed with the idea, but it would require the approval of the other two chiefs and the deputy chiefs. Let them eat their fill this year, or they won't be able to eat next year, the deputy said after a moment's thought. All right, I'll leave it to you. Fang Xiulin nodded. After the deputy chief left, Fang Xiulin began to think about the matter. Songyun City's current location could freeze people into popsicles when it was cold and dry them when it was hot. Fang Xiulin couldn't stand the weather for the past few years. But if they wanted to move, they couldn't afford to make any mistakes in the transportation of food and weapons. Without the protection of the base's walls, however, they'd attract a horde of zombies. They couldn't let Skyfire Base know about this. They wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity to destroy them. But with such a large base, in order to protect food and resources, they had to first escort the goods, and then the people. While Fang Xiulin was thinking about how to secretly transport the materials to the ground dragon base, Lin Xiao had already quietly come to the door of his conference room. She couldn't perceive Fang Xiulin's thoughts, but she could perceive the thoughts of the low-level deputy leader. Her eyes flashed, and she understood what Feng Xiaolin and the deputy chief were thinking. The conditions of the Zhongyan base had always been very poor, and the population was large. Even if they had sufficient items and powerful abilities, they would not be able to cope with the shortage of food. Arcanists also needed to eat. After staying here for a few years and using all kinds of methods, they still couldn't improve the situation, so they could only give up, leave, and find a better route base to survive on. Lin Xiao thought that if she waited until they made their move, she'd be able to leak the information to Skyfire Base. Then the two sides would come to blows. But before Hidden Cloud City made its move, she would give him a heavy blow and disrupt his plans. Then Songyin would have to evacuate, and Skyfire would have to clean up the mess. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes. This Feng Xiaolin was definitely going to die. Feng Xiaolin, who was sitting at the conference table, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He was stunned and looked around blankly. Lin Xiao looked away when he raised his head. The other party was very sensitive. Feng Xiaolin looked around and saw that there was nothing out of the ordinary, so he lowered his head and continued working. At this moment, an explosion suddenly came from the distance outside the window. Feng Xiaolin raised his head and shouted, "What's going on outside?" A subordinate rushed in from the door. He answered blankly, "I'm not sure. I'll go look into it." "Go!" Feng Xiaolin's eyes were fierce, and he looked outside with a serious face. Lin Xiao walked over to the window. That was where Lin Kuei was. He'd already made his move. She turned around and approached Feng Xiaolin. Feng Xiaolin was waiting for someone to report what was going on, but he didn't know there was another assassin in the room, ready to take his life. When Lin Xiao got within 2 meters of him, Feng Xiaolin sensed something and his eyes flashed. His expression became one of alertness. There was someone in the room. At this moment, Lin Xiao rushed over and quickly put his hand on his shoulder. Feng Xiaolin sensed a discipline in the air and immediately knew something was wrong. He was about to step back when he felt someone grab his shoulder. He reacted immediately and lifted his arm to push the hand away, but the next second he found himself in another place. The chair under him and the table in front of him were gone. He immediately stepped back and supported his body with one leg. He looked up and his face darkened. The surrounding environment had turned into a strange forest. The light was dim, and the trees were tall and big. Each tree was almost the same shape. When he looked up, he could see the fog surrounding the leaves. He was still in the conference room a second ago, but he suddenly appeared in this godforsaken place the next second. Feng Xiaolin knew that he must have been hit by someone when he was grabbed by the shoulder. "Who is it? Show yourself." Feng Xiaolin looked around and shouted coldly. If he guessed correctly, this should be a space. Could it be a space ability user? After Feng Xiaolin scolded, he quickly thought that it could only be a space ability user, and the other party could turn invisible. What the hell was this? Was this the evolved skill of a space ability user? However, since it was a space element, unless the other party was at the 7th rank, he had a way to make the other party's space collapse. However, how could it be so easy for a rank 7 spatial ability user to advance? At most, rank 6 was already the highest rank among all spatial ability users. This person was a deputy leader of Huaxia. After thinking clearly in his heart, Feng Xiaolin immediately mobilized his energy and began to pour out as much as he could. Immediately, gusts of hurricanes appeared on the flat ground around them, and the wind slowly carried the sand with it. Woo woo woo. Ho ho. The wind and sand rolled and surged through the entire forest, but it had no effect on the trees here. And very quickly, Feng Xiaolin, who had a cold expression on his face, discovered that he could not use his special ability to its fullest extent. He was being suppressed. Impossible. This feeling shocked Feng Xiaolin. In any case, he was a level 7 arcanist who was about to break through to level 8, and he was a dual-element arcanist. The power of the Sandstorm ability was much stronger than the Pure Wind ability. If Lu Zhuofeng had not broken through to level 8, he would not have been a match for Feng Xiaolin. Therefore, when Feng Xiaolin was suppressed in a space, he immediately felt that this situation was beyond his imagination. Chapter 706. Just when Feng Xiaolin felt that his ability was being suppressed in this strange space, a figure suddenly flashed from the side and rushed straight towards him. Feeling the murderous intent, Feng Xiaolin immediately turned around and dodged. Bang dash, an unknown air blade hit the tree where Feng Xiaolin was just a moment ago. The sound of the impact was very loud, the whole tree shook violently, and there was a rustling sound coming from the top. But where the tree was hit, there were only a few claw marks. Why is there a claw mark? Feng Xiaolin looked at the claw mark strangely, then looked back at the woman who suddenly appeared. No, it was a female zombie. Because this woman's eyes were completely black. A completely beautiful face, but her eyes were completely black like a zombie's, and her mouth was also black-purple. The obvious murderous intent in the female zombie's eyes directly shrouded him. Feng Xiaolin immediately thought that this was a space-type zombie, and from the looks of it, this female zombie was also a level 2 king. Just then, the female zombie in front of him suddenly spoke. Lu Zhuofeng is already dead. Sangyan Base, you are the second. You can speak? Feng Xiaolin was shocked. Not because she said that Lu Zhuofeng was already dead, but because this female zombie could actually speak. Could it be that the current level 2 zombie kings could evolve to the point where they could speak? After he reacted, he suddenly realized what the female zombie had just said. What? Lu Zhuofeng is dead. Impossible. Feng Xiaolin stared at the female zombie and said in disbelief. Lin Xiao sneered. You sent 2 deputy leaders out to search for so long, but there was no news at all. Do you think it's possible or impossible? Feng Xiaolin's eyes flashed. He already had a judgment in his heart. But he said, Want to lie to me? Whether he is dead or not has nothing to do with me. Don't tell me that you killed him. Do you think I will believe you? You are a space-type zombie king. No matter what you do, you can't kill a level 8 psychic. Feng Xiaolin was very calm. Space-type was space-type. Other than having an additional space, there was no other ability. This was the result of the research of the major bases over the past 6 years. Feng Xiaolin, are you out of your mind? Don't you know what a special type is? Who told me it was just a space-type zombie? Also, have you ever seen a talking zombie? Lin Xiao looked at him with disdain and sneered. Feng Xiaolin's eyes darkened. Lin Xiao's words made him think of another possibility. Then the zombie in front of him was the same as him, a dual type. Thinking of this, Feng Xiaolin made his move and waved his hands vigorously. Immediately, a dusky sandstorm rose in the surroundings, causing the originally dark forest to become even darker. Lin Xiao's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Her voice came from all around. Feng Xiaolin, you should have been prepared for this day ever since your bases joined forces to destroy my Netherworld King's base. Don't worry, I won't blow up your base. I will only kill all the metahumans and base management personnel of your base. Look, don't you think I'm more humane than you humans? Hearing these words, Feng Xiaolin was stunned. He suddenly raised his head and asked loudly with his eyes wide open. Who are you? Come out. Could it be that you're from the Netherworld King's base? You're here for revenge. You guessed it right. I'm from the Netherworld King's base. So die. Lin Xiao's voice was slightly low and carried a cold, killing intent. Feng Xiaolin raised his hands horizontally and abruptly raised them up. The sandstorm around him immediately gathered towards him as the center. Soon a tornado formed around his body. Puff, puff, puff. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sandstorm blew through the forest, making loud noises as it scraped against the trees and leaves. However, it didn't cause any harm to them. Then I'll see what you're capable of. Feng Xiaolin's face darkened. This was because he could faintly feel the gap between him and the other party. The other party was obviously a rank 7 zombie king, and he was a rank 7 metahuman. He was a dual type, but the other party might also be a dual type. Judging from the fact that the attacks of ordinary zombies were stronger than metahumans of the same rank, delaying Feng Xiaolin for too long wouldn't do him any good. Moreover, he was still in the enemy's space. If he didn't think of a way to break through from the inside, then he might be trapped here until he died. Lin Xiao hit on a tree a dozen meters away from Feng Xiaolin. standing on a branch and sensing Fang Xiulin's energy getting stronger. The pressure of the sandstorm around him was getting stronger, and the energy was gathering more and more. She knew that Fang Xiulin was about to unleash a big move. His ability was much better than Lu Zhuofeng's, and he could control the sandstorm to condense to a certain extent before exploding. Lin Xiao stood on the tree and stretched out her hands towards Fang Xiulin's position, controlling the pressure in the space to gather towards Fang Xiulin. So when Fang Xiulin was about to condense a sandstorm to see if it could explode this space, he suddenly felt that his energy was being suppressed by another level, causing him to be unable to condense the energy to the point where it could explode. After Lin Xiao stabilized the other party's energy, she suddenly waved her other hand. She threw out a bunch of black flames. After the black flame was thrown out, it moved towards Fang Xiulin's sandstorm. The fire on one side rose and soon became a large fire dragon rushing over. It surrounded Fang Xiulin's ability and began to wrap around it. At this time, outside the conference room where Fang Xiulin was just now, his deputy leader ran in a panic. He wanted to report to him that several high-level zombies had appeared in the base. And it wasn't just at the place where the explosion had just occurred that a level 2 zombie king had appeared. At the other leader's side, another level 2 zombie king had appeared, and then there were level 1 zombie kings appearing in several places, and these zombie kings were very purposefully attacking the important people in the base. With so many high-level zombies suddenly appearing, the deputy leader already had a strong premonition. In the end, when he came to report to his boss, he found that the people who were just here just now had disappeared. "Where's Leader Fang?" The deputy leader immediately retreated to the door, grabbed the guard at the door, and asked, "Isn't the leader inside? He didn't come out?" The guard at the door looked inside, puzzled, and there was indeed no sign of Fang Xiulin. That's not right. The leader has been inside all this time. Deputy leader, after you left, he didn't come out, and there wasn't any sound. As soon as the deputy leader heard this, his expression changed. He turned around solemnly and walked back to where Fang Xiulin was sitting. He didn't go out? Then why is he gone? He muttered to himself. Suddenly, his expression changed. Could it be that he was also attacked? But why is there no sound? Chapter 707. At this time, in Lin Xiao's space, after the black flame appeared, Fang Xiulin's energy did not condense and instead became weaker. At the same time, he also felt a large amount of his energy being lost. Devour energy. His energy was being devoured. After discovering this, Fang Xiulin was shocked, and then anger rose in his heart. What kind of skill is this? It can even devour energy. How can I fight this? Fang Xiulin decisively removed the sandstorm, then turned around and jumped into the depths of the forest. Lin Xiao watched his figure quickly disappear behind the trees and sneered in her heart. Want to escape? This is her space. Where else can he escape to? Fang Xiulin ran while carefully paying attention to his surroundings. But as he ran, he suddenly realized that even if he did not use his ability, the energy in his body was being suppressed. He immediately hid behind a tree and observed his surroundings while not daring to breathe heavily. Then he squatted down and pulled out the short saber tied to his feet and the pistol on his waist. At this time, Hidden Cloud City had fallen into chaos. There were 7 or 8 zombie kings wreaking havoc in the base, specifically looking for metahumans with level 3 and above abilities to attack. As long as a metahuman was targeted, they would not be able to escape the zombie king's hunt. Of the 2 leaders who stayed in the base, one was nowhere to be seen, and the other was being entangled by a level 2 Zoan king. As for the other deputy leaders and other level 6 zombies, a third of them had already been killed by a male level 2 zombie king. Wherever these zombie kings went, they would either unleash their Esper abilities or bullets. The surroundings were in chaos, and everyone was panicking. Run, it's a zombie king. Why would a zombie king run in? This is a level 2 king. Help! Bang, 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 boom. The people in Hidden Cloud Base did not have time to prepare for battle before they were attacked, causing everyone to panic. By the time they reacted and prepared for battle, it was already a little too late. Many of the important figures in the base had died, and the bullets in the hands of the ordinary soldiers were basically ineffective against these zombie kings. On the other side, Mu Qingfeng controlled the surrounding trees to grow wildly. The trees became alive, covering the empty space in the corridor. All of them attacked the scaled zombie girl with a lizard tail. However, he was forced to retreat step by step. As he ran, he controlled the forest to block Elmar's. Elmar's fur claws were on the ground, and she swung her tail agilely through the trees. From time to time, it would use its claws to cut away the branches and vines in front of it. All of a sudden, her figure flashed, and she disappeared. After running for a while, Mu Qingfeng noticed that the level 2 zombie king had disappeared. He quickly stopped and looked around vigilantly. Elmar landed on the ground. She did not continue to approach those trees. Because these plants were Mu Qingfeng's other limbs, they could sense her presence. Therefore, Elmar quietly went behind Mu Qingfeng and was about to leave those plants. Mu Qingfeng's expression was very solemn, and his eyes swept around sharply. The enemy suddenly disappeared inexplicably. Of course, he would not foolishly think that the enemy had given up the chase. Suddenly, he felt a kind of supernatural feeling coming from behind him. Mu Qingfeng instinctively dodged to the side, and at the same time, he quickly waved his hand and stretched the tree beside him, timely blocking behind him. Puff, 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 a sharp weapon cut the leaves, and the branches and leaves that Mu Qingfeng controlled were immediately cut into pieces. Soon, he saw Elmar rushing out from behind the branches. She waved her claws and quickly rushed toward him. He was closed in. Mu Qingfeng shouted in his heart, and then quickly turned around and flashed into the dense trees beside him. Elmar's attack speed was already very fast, but because there were messy branches and leaves everywhere, Mu Qingfeng still escaped in time. At this time, Lin Xiao in the space sensed Fang Xiulin's position and disappeared in a flash. When she appeared again, she quietly appeared on the tree that Fang Xiulin was leaning against. Then, she stretched out her hand and flicked her claws down toward Fang Xiulin's head. In the blink of an eye, the claws slashed toward Fang Xiulin's head, but at the moment when it was about to hit him, Fang Xiulin sensitively rolled on the ground and narrowly split Lin Xiao's air claws. Puff, the claws hit the ground, leaving a few claw marks on the ground beside the tree roots. When Fang Xiulin got up from the ground, his body was already emitting a bloody smell. He raised his hand to cover the wound on his shoulder, gritted his teeth, and turned to escape while enduring the pain. Puff, puff, puff. At the moment when he turned around, a few more claws immediately flew behind him. Fang Xiulin glanced back and hurriedly changed his direction, leaping to the side. The claws hit the ground. Let's see how long you can run. You can't escape, so why not come out and accept your death? Lin Xiao said coldly at this time. Fang Xiulin abruptly stretched out his blood-stained hand and waved it behind him, creating a sandstorm. His face was a bit ferocious, and his whole body was in a sorry state. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "In your dreams, no matter how stubbornly you resist, you can't use the ability energy that I have suppressed. Why don't you self-destruct your energy core? Maybe you can break this space. You forced others to self-destruct in the past. Now, have a taste of the moment your energy core explodes and the whole world disappears. Actually, you don't feel any pain at all." Lin Xiao smiled faintly. Her eyes flashed with a cold light, even though it had been more than half a year. At that time, the feeling of energy condensing to the maximum, the splitting headache, and the swelling body disappeared at the last moment. The whole world disappeared. Lin Xiao could never forget that terrifying feeling. Fang Xiulin didn't take Lin Xiao's words to heart. After throwing out the sandstorm in his hand, he quickly turned around and retreated. Lin Xiao's eyes sharpened, and her patience was exhausted. She once again disappeared in a flash. Then she appeared in front of the direction that Fang Xiulin escaped. When Fang Xiulin ran over and saw that he was about to collide with her, he reacted and wanted to dodge. However, with a speed that was as fast as lightning, she instantly made a move and pierced through the other party's chest with her claw. Because of Fang Xiulin's dodging, although he narrowly avoided Lin Xiao's claw that penetrated his heart, he couldn't completely avoid her attack. Fong Xiaolin opened his eyes wide in disbelief. He didn't know why this female zombie suddenly appeared in front of him. "I told you, you won't be able to escape," Lin Xiao said coldly. Then he used his other hand to grab his throat. Chapter 708. By the time Lin Xiao came out, he was surrounded by the sounds of war. There were explosions and gunshots everywhere, along with the screams and roars of countless people. Lin Xiao didn't interfere with their mission, but directly dashed out of the outer city gate. He waited on the city gate for an hour before he saw the first guy who came back. It wasn't Lin Kuei, nor was it El March. It was the level 1 king, Summer. His tall and burly body jumped onto the wall. His hands were full of the smell of blood, and he looked at Lin Xiao with a serious face. He didn't even have the intention to kill. He reached out his bloody claw, and there was a shiny energy core in his palm. They were all level 3, 4, and 5 energy cores. Keep it for yourself. Don't use it. Keep it safe. It will be useful in the future. Lin Xiao didn't take it, but said to him calmly. Summer's sharp eyes showed a confused expression, but he obediently put the energy core back into the pocket of his clothes and closed the pocket. The second one to come back was Mo, a metal-type female zombie with a pretty face, and the aura of her body was as hard as her ability. Mo also did the same thing as Summer, and used its claw that was wearing a tactical glove to take out an energy core and handed it to Lin Xiao. In the future, you can keep the trophies that you hunt for yourself. You don't have to give it to me, but without my order, you can't eat it, nor can you use it. Lin Xiao shook his head, and then said to the two zombies. In fact, their actions were formed when they followed Mo Yin, so when Lin Xiao didn't take it, they felt a little strange. It was like it didn't make sense. After all, this was how they used to do things, and this habit had long become a kind of instinct. The third one to come back was Lin Kuei, and he put a pile of level 6 energy cores in his hand to Lin Xiao. Why are you giving it to me? Didn't I say you can keep it for yourself? Lin Xiao looked at him strangely. Lin Kuei looked at his own clothes, and then looked at Lin Xiao. Oh, okay, then put it on my side. Lin Xiao immediately understood what he meant. This guy had to take off his clothes when he fought, so it was easy to lose it on him. Standing on the high wall, she could see the smoke and flames of war everywhere in the Tsangyun base. She could even see that the place where Elmar was located was covered with large patches of plants, completely covering the ground of the house. After waiting for another hour, Elmar finally finished off Mu Chingfeng. She came back with messy clothes and a few new wounds. What the hell is Logia? I hate it the most. As soon as he arrived in front of Lin Xiao, he threw the level 7 Arcana core to Lin Xiao and said with a depressed expression, You're also a Logia type. Lin Xiao rolled her eyes. Motherfucker, I hate plants the most. Elmar immediately repeated, No matter how annoying I am, I was still killed by you. The living have no right to complain. Lin Xiao calmly turned his head and looked into the base. Elmar looked around at Lin Xiao and the 7 king zombies. The soldiers on the wall were all gone. It was completely empty, not a single soul in sight. How much longer do we have to wait? Elmar looked around before turning around and asked. Lin Xiao sensed the location of Li Zheng and the others. The ordinary people there were indeed rioting. Taking advantage of the chaos of the war, they began to attack the soldiers who usually abused them, snatching the guns from their hands and killing them. All the senior managers were killed, and many of the arcanists were also slaughtered. Although the people did not know what was going on, many people realized that the targets of the high-level zombies were only the arcanists and the management of the base. In other words, the officials, even the leader and deputy leader, were all dead. What else could stop ordinary people like them? So the rioting ordinary people began to attack the city guards and military soldiers, snatching a lot of weapons, and began to encircle their own territory, looting resources and food. If this continued, it would not be long before the Tsangyun base would be divided into several parts by these ordinary people and ordinary soldiers. This was also what Lin Xiao wanted. She did not want the resources here. She did not want the food here. She wanted to see the base split into pieces. Soon, Lin Xiao said. When night fell, Li Zheng finally brought all the members of the team back to their positions. Well, this time's mission is considered complete. Go back and prepare for the new year, the first year of the new base. Lin Xiao revealed a faint smile, turned around, and jumped off the wall. The group of zombie kings behind her followed her down the wall of the Tsongyun base. This year, the Tsongyun base was very lively. Not long after, the news shocked the people of the major bases. After the Earth Dragon base, another base was destroyed. The first to receive the news was the Skyfire base, the neighbor of the Tsongyun base. They rushed over with a large number of arcanists and weapons. Those ordinary people, level 1, 2, or 3 arcanists, and the soldiers could only be abused. How could they resist the attack of a level 5 or 6 arcanist? Even if the weapons weren't weak, they had arcanists who could completely defend against physical attacks. The other bases heard that in just one day, all the arcanists of level 4 and above in the Tsongyun base had been slaughtered. In the end, they only knew that it was done by a group of level 6 to 7 zombie kings. It was a group, not just one, so when they thought about it, it made sense. Where did so many zombie kings come from? 6 level 1 king, 2 level 2 king. And why did Feng Shilin disappear? Disappeared into thin air? The directors of the Huaxia base were very curious. There is a level 2 Black Panther king. It must be the one that was stolen from our base. Where did these zombies come from? Lu Jinan was a little excited. Because everyone in the base knew about the Tsongyun base, it was very easy to find out the information. When the people of the Huaxia base found out that there was a male Black Panther zombie among the zombie kings, they immediately guessed that it might be an experimental zombie. Investigate this group of zombies. Sikong Chun was expressionless, but his eyes flashed with a deep light. The previous deal with the antidote was almost ruined, and this already made Sikong Chun very angry. But what made him angry was that there seemed to be a hand behind the scenes manipulating all of this. But the owner of that hand was very well hidden, and they couldn't find any clues at all. As for the team member that Qingshan base handed over, Sikong Chun sent people to closely monitor the situation of Qingshan base and Haicheng, but in the end, all the people who went to investigate disappeared. No news came back, but now there was this incident at the Tsongyun base. Chapter 709. These zombies. They destroyed the Tsongyun base in such an organized manner, but they only attacked the high-leveled adepts. I feel that something is amiss here. Han Xiao, one of the Chinese directors, crossed his arms in front of his chest and said after a moment of silence, "After these zombies made a mess of the Tsongyun base, they all disappeared. Where did they come from? Where did they disappear to now?" Sikong Chin frowned and thought for a long time, but he still couldn't figure it out. Because no one saw the direction in which these zombies left, the people from the other bases didn't get any information about where these zombies disappeared to. We must find these zombies. Whether it's Makui or other zombies, if we can get the zombie cores of this batch of zombie kings, then the strength of our base will greatly increase. Wei Haichao's eyes lit up as he looked at Sikong Chun, as if he could see the shining energy zombie core in his eyes. Although he said that it was to increase the strength of the base, no one knew whether he actually thought so or not. The people we sent out this time have lost contact with both Qingshan and Haicheng. Looks like we have to send more people down to continue investigating. Han Xiao said with a serious expression. Send some more careful people. This Qingshan base doesn't look simple. However, Haicheng is also a bit strange. They seem to be trying to hide something. Sikong Chen nodded, agreeing with Han Xiao's opinion. Lin Xiao didn't encounter anything on the way back to the base from Tsongyun base, so he returned smoothly. From the departure to the return of the base, it took less than 10 days. Yuan Tianqing and the others received the news earlier than the other bases. After knowing that Tsongyun base had been successfully destroyed, everyone heaved a sigh of relief and felt that it was natural. Perhaps it was because of the incident at the Earth Dragon base and the fact that Tsongyun base had been destroyed in a short period of time that everyone felt much calmer. Our leader is indeed powerful. It's only been a few days, and he's already turned the entire Tsongyun base upside down. This is great. Really? Really? Tsongyun base has really been destroyed? Almost everyone in the base heard the news. They didn't expect that one of the enemies who had destroyed their families would be killed so quickly. Everyone was so happy that they couldn't believe it. Serves them right. These people will not have a good ending. Yes. It was said that the leaders and deputy leaders of Songyun base had all been killed. Many of the high-leveled adepts in the base had also been killed. If this goes on, there will only be ordinary people and ordinary soldiers left. The strength of those level 1 and 2 metahumans will only be SOSO. Let's see if Skyfire base will be so kind as to help them out. Someone laughed gloatingly. After knowing that the Songyun base was destroyed by their current leader, Miss Liu, with a small number of people, their recognition of the current leader became much higher. At least in his heart, he was willing to call her his leader. Great! The Earth Dragon base was now destroyed, and the Songyun base was almost destroyed. Was it going to be Skyfire base's turn? But Miss Liu is really amazing. I heard that she only brought less than 100 people with her, but she was able to destroy the entire Songyun base. How did she do it? Isn't there a level 8 Arcanist in Songyun base? There are also 3 level 7 Arcanists, not to mention more than a dozen level 6 Arcanists. Some people were very curious about the process and wanted to solve it like a mystery. No matter how she did it, it shows that our leader is very capable. Some people didn't care about this. They only wanted the result. The result was that the enemy's base was just like them, destroyed and homeless. Other than everyone in the Universal Base, there was another place where people were happy. That was the group of people who did not return to the Universal Base with Lin Xiao, but continued to stay in the old Hades base. These people did not want to follow Lin Xiao to the Universal Base and lived on the resources left behind by the Hades base. Not long ago, they heard that the Earth Dragon base was attacked by unknown people, and in the end, Long Yubai and a few of the deputy leaders were dead, disappeared, and finally became a subsidiary base of the Songyun base. At that time, they were happy, wild with joy. Everyone shouted that this was the retribution of the Earth Dragon base, the retribution of that bitch Long Yubai. However, not long after, news of the collapse of the Songyun base came. This made the people in the old Hades base extremely happy again, and at the same time, they gradually received news of the new base in Hangzhou. They heard that the new base had sufficient supplies. Although the wall was not yet built, the progress was very fast. Moreover, there were zombies guarding the perimeter of the base. Those zombies would not attack humans, but would guard the new base to prevent outsiders from invading. It was said that the people who went there were all fat and white, and there were high-grade foods such as rice and noodles to eat. It was said that they had strong and clean houses to live in, clean beds and quilts. There was endless water. It was said that they also had a secret method that could make zombies ignore them. So when they went out of the base to collect supplies, they did not have to worry about being attacked by zombies at all. All of the above made them think of the time when the woman came to take that group of people away and when they passed through the zombie passage. At that time, they could see that she could control those zombies. Otherwise, why would those zombies obediently make way for them? Usually, when they saw humans, they would pounce on them like crazy, but at that time, they could only stand still and reach out to grab them. After thinking about these things, the people in the old Hades base began to regret why they did not go with them. As long as the zombies did not attack humans, there was nothing to be afraid of, even if they looked ugly. So what? It had been so long since the end of the world, they should have long been used to the appearance of zombies. Seeing that the resources in the old Hades base were getting less and less, it was almost unable to support these people's livelihood. These people finally had the thought of going to the new base. At that time, we decided to stay. If we go now, we will definitely be laughed at by those people. These people could not let go of the problem of face in their hearts. With their current situation, if they went there, it would be like they were inferior. In the future, they would not be able to raise their heads in front of those people. But at that time, they said that we can still find our own way there, and joining the base is also free. What does the rest matter? As long as we can live, it is fine. Moreover, if we go now, we can also help build the wall. Isn't the wall still under construction? We can also help, right? But these people only cared about eating, sleeping, and being able to live. Don't be afraid. Right now, we are the second group. Who knows, in the future, there will be more people who want to join the new base. Think about the Earth Dragon and Sangyin bases. I don't think they can last for a year or half. I think this new base in Hangzhou is definitely stronger than where we are now. Don't tell me you want to wait until the food here is finished, then go to the current Earth Dragon base? Or to Sangyin City? Or Skyfire base? Some people, however, were looking further ahead. Chapter 710. The number of people in the old Hell King's base was slightly less than the people Lin Xiao brought with her, probably less than 2,000 people. There were also ability users among these people, but their levels were not high. At most 2 levels, there were not many of them. At this time, the few important people who made the decisions gathered together for a meeting. But it's so far from here to Hangzhou, we will always be in danger of being surrounded by zombies. By the time we get there, many people will have died. Some people were still worried about the dangers along the way, afraid that they would not be able to get effective protection, and may die in the hands of zombies or the claws of mutant beasts. What are you afraid of? We still have so many vehicles and weapons. Relying on these can protect us safely. If you are afraid, then you can stay. A younger man looked at the man who just spoke with contempt. At that time, we did not seize the opportunity. Others gave the opportunity in front of us, but we did not seize it. We can only blame ourselves. Now that there is no opportunity, we can only create it ourselves. At this time, the man who spoke was tough. He was not a timid person. At that time, he did not follow Lin Xiao because he did not trust strangers. After all, he would not casually hand over his future to a strange woman. He needed to observe. So after observing for so long, he finally confirmed that there was really a new base in Hangzhou. And the people who went there last time were also alive and well. Nothing happened. That's right. Although our people haven't starved to death or frozen to death, many of them have died from illness. If we go to the new base, maybe they have medicine and healing type ability users there. Since we are going, then we will move sooner or later. Pass down the order, let everyone pack up the supplies, and prepare the vehicles. We will move. On the other side, Lin Xiao still did not know that the people who stayed in the old Hell King's base wanted to come to the Universal base. She took advantage of the fact that there were still 10 days before the new year. She slowed down along the way and began to search for some energy cores and hunt zombies. After returning to the base, she held a meeting with the person in charge of the base. Lu Zhuofeng, Mu Chengfeng, Fang Xiulin, the 3 leaders of the Hidden Cloud base, as well as all the deputy leaders and other level 4 and above ability users, are all dead. It can be considered as revenge for helping Earth Dragon attack the Hell King's base. What happens in the future will depend on their own luck. Lin Xiao stood in front of the conference table, her hands crossed in front of her chest as she looked at the people below. Everyone looked at each other. Their expressions were much calmer, but they still revealed some joy. This time, the strength of the Sangyin base has been cut by us. They will definitely go and snatch the resources of the Sangyin base. There was no reason not to eat this piece of fat meat that was right in front of him and wait for others to take it away. So when are we going to attack Skyfire base? Lin Feng asked Lin Xiao. I can't do anything for the time being. The combat power I brought this time are all secret weapons. They'd already attracted the attention of other bases, so it wasn't a good time to go after them. Let them live for a few more days, Lin Xiao said while stroking his chin. Yuan Tianxing nodded. That's right, especially the Huaxiao base's attention. After knowing that among the zombies you brought, there were experimental zombies that escaped from their side, they kept their eyes on that side. The Black Dragon base and the Ming tribe are also very concerned. If they knew that these zombies came from our base, it would be very troublesome. Yes, so what we need to do next is to build walls, collect resources, and plant crops. We don't need to worry too much about weapons. If we need them, we can trade with Wu Qingyue. Lin Xiao nodded. We do need to keep an eye on the Huaxiao base. They won't be easy to deal with. Yuan Tianxing nodded. Ah, right? Yuan Tianxing. We also need to keep an eye on the Black Dragon base. If I'm not mistaken, there will be some changes in the near future. There's also Qingshan base. They're very interested in us. If we run into them, try to be friendly. Lin Xiao looked at Yuan Tianxing after a moment's thought. Yuan Tianxing nodded. Lin Xiao continued to ask, "Is the granary ready?" She needed to take out the rations from the space. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for her to run around with them. Yuan Tianxing nodded. "The first one is ready. It's under the hotel." "How much do you have there?" "About 2,000 tons," Lin Xiao said after a moment's thought. "The warehouse under the hotel isn't very big. It can only hold 500 tons for now. Fill up this granary first, and let Wenwen store some of the rest. Store the rest for yourself, and take it out when the second granary is ready," Yuan Tianxing suggested. After all, only the Lin sisters had the space. No one else had the ability to do so. "Okay, arrange for the whole base's allowance this year." Chen Yuding continued to assist Yuan Tianxing. Lin Xiao said to Yuan Tianxing, then turned to Chen Yuding. "No problem." Chen Yuding nodded. "After the new year, I'll give everyone an ability upgrade. The target is a rank 5 ability user and above." Lin Feng. "Give me a number." Lin Xiao turned to Lin Feng and gave him another instruction. It was the end of the year. She needed information for this year's summary and next year's forecast. "Right, there's a piece of news I need to tell you. It's the remaining people from the old Hell King base. They might come here in 2 or 3 months. How are we going to receive them?" Yuan Tianxing suddenly asked. Lin Xiao waved his hand nonchalantly. "If they want to come, then let them come. Record down the name list. Observe their character and mentality when arranging their work. If they're good, give them official positions. As for those who don't know how to improve, give them food and supplies according to the standard of the ordinary civilian district." "Okay." Yuan Tianxing nodded. After the meeting, Lin Xiao returned to her office and called Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying over. "Wenwen, is your space still dead?" Lin Xiao asked as she sat in front of her desk and looked at the information. Yes. What's wrong?" Lin Wenwen replied blankly. "How big is your space right now? You're only rank 4, right?" Lin Xiao asked again. "Big sister, are you going to help me upgrade?" Lin Wenwen's eyes lit up. "My space is about 30 square meters right now. It's not big." Lin Xiao nodded and put down the information in her hand. She looked up at the two of them and said, "I called you two here to help you upgrade." Lin Wenwen looked at Long Qingying happily. She happened to look at him too, and Long Qingying's usually emotionless eyes also lit up. "Really? That's great. Then I can help put more supplies in." Lin Wenwen looked back at Lin Xiao. Chapter 711. There were only a few days left before the new year. Lin Xiao took out the zombie cores and energy cores she had collected on the way back and helped Lin Wenwen break through to level 5 in her space ability, doubling the size of her space. Then, she filled the first warehouse with food and gave some to Lin Wenwen. Long Qingying's ability was also upgraded to level 6 by Lin Xiao. Her job was to protect Lin Wenwen's mobile warehouse. She was now officially in charge. The other people's abilities were scheduled to be upgraded after the new year. Of course, they were all voluntary. After all, they were all level 4 or 5 paranormals. With a certain amount of attack power, they could go out and hunt zombies for zombie cores. Then, they could absorb and refine the energy from the corpse cores they obtained themselves. Of course, the effect wouldn't be as good as Lin Xiao's. Yuan Tianxing would naturally tell them about these important relationships and let them make their own decisions. On New Year's Eve, at 1:00 in the morning, Lin Xiao started to kill roe deer. She killed more than half of the roe deer in her space. The meat was enough for more than 3,000 people in the base to eat for a day or two. A whoop, a little tiger was gnawing on a large piece of bone with meat on it. Its small eyes were gurgling as it chewed on the bone with relish. On Wu Shan's side, Lin Xiao had released all the zombies from the space. This area was already the territory of Lin Xiao and the zombies. The tiger cub, Dahe, and Ah Wong were also released. The two big ones immediately rushed into the mountains. This was Dahe's old home. There were also many big rats in the mountains. They had not been caught for a few days, so there were a lot of them. Xiao Xiao, who was very timid, had almost gotten used to her new appearance. But she still liked to follow Lin Xiao in and out. Early in the morning, Lin Xiao caught Ah Wong, who was happily catching rats in the mountains. "Come here and squat down." Lin Xiao stood in the open space in front of the small wooden house and pointed at the ground in front of Awang. Awang walked over with a puzzled expression on his face. There were many open wounds on his shaved body as he walked. Roar! Awang obediently sat in front of her and looked at Lin Xiao strangely. Lin Xiao walked around it twice and said, "Don't move." With a wave of her hand, a large bucket appeared beside her. The bucket was filled with 60% of the energy lake water, and the energy inside was strong. It immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding zombies. Each of them looked at the bucket in Lin Xiao's hand with longing eyes. But without Lin Xiao's order, they didn't dare to come over. "Go in?" Lin Xiao pointed at the water bucket. Woof! Awang stood up excitedly and wagged his tail. Then, he happily jumped up and fell into the bucket with a splash. Lin Xiao stepped back in time to avoid being splashed by the water. After Awang entered the bucket, the water was immediately pushed up by its body by a lot of places. But it still didn't cover its head. Awang was so excited that he was rolling around in it. He couldn't be happier. "Sit down," Lin Xiao said to it. Awang immediately sat obediently at the bottom of the bucket. He wagged his tail excitedly as he waited for Lin Xiao's next move. It could feel what Lin Xiao was going to do next. Sizzle! At this moment, Dahe came out of the mountain and circled around the wooden hut and Awang's water bucket. The light in its snake eyes was so bright that it wanted to drag Awang out and squeeze itself into the bucket. But the bucket was too small. It could only let Dahe soak for a while. Thinking of this, Dahe felt depressed. Why could this guy enjoy such treatment? It wanted it too. When Lin Xiao saw that Awang had sat down and stopped rolling, she walked over and took out a towel from the water to give it a bath. Since Awang had no fur, it was easy to take a bath. After bathing it, Lin Xiao suddenly took out an energy core. It was the energy core of a mutated beast, which was about level 6. She put the energy core into the zombie dog's mouth. Then, she put her hand into the water and controlled the energy in the water to pour into the zombie dog's wound. Awang, who had been enjoying the feeling, immediately trembled and started to tremble. "Endure it," Lin Xiao said to it. "Awa!" Awang gritted its teeth, but it listened to Lin Xiao and endured it. It did not feel any pain, but the energy core that it had swallowed was too much, and it was rapidly swelling up its body. Feeling a large amount of energy invading its body, Awang instinctively felt that it was about to explode. Lin Xiao was doing this today because he wanted to level it up and heal its skin and flesh first. Although she didn't know if it could grow fur, she could at least close the wounds. She hurriedly pushed the energy in the water into the zombie dog's body. While she was controlling the energy in its body, she observed its condition. Very soon, the cracks on its head began to move. The flesh under the skin began to contract automatically. After a while, new flesh began to grow. It didn't take long for the wounds to close. Then, the skin closed automatically. Gurgle, gurgle, the water in the bucket began to bubble. Seeing that the energy in the lake was very effective for the zombie dog, Lin Xiao patiently controlled it. After an hour, the zombie dog absorbed all the energy in the lake. Then, it would be up to the zombie dog to digest the remaining energy in the energy core. The water in the bucket became ordinary water, but the quality was still much higher than ordinary pure water. This wait went on for several hours. After Lin Xiao withdrew her hand, she watched from the side without moving. She squinted her eyes and looked at the energy flow in the zombie dog's body, as well as the place where it finally converged. There was a zombie core there, which had already absorbed all the energy in the zombie dog's body. Then, Lin Xiao saw a strange crack on the surface of the zombie core. As the crack spread, a powerful aura rushed out of the zombie core and instantly shook off the crack on the surface. The surface of the zombie core that was shaken off turned into a wave of energy that surged out. Awang's upgrade was complete. At this moment, its body was emitting an aura that was several times stronger than before. The aura of a level 6 zombie beast was naturally much more dangerous than that of a level 6 human zombie. Lin Xiao took a few steps back and said to Awang, "All right, come out." Puff! Awang immediately jumped out of the bucket, creating a wave of water. The zombie dog landed on the ground with its limbs spread out. Then it began to shake its fur out of habit to shake off the water droplets on its body, although it didn't have any fur on its body. Chapter 712. Kung Kung, come here. Get the water out and pour it on the fields. Lin Xiao waved her hand at a level 1 water beast king who was watching from a tree not far away. Hang Hang, who was on the tree, flashed and landed beside her. Then she waved her hand and the water in the bucket gushed out, rose into the air, and moved to the plantation beside. Kung Kung raised her hands and put them together, then pulled them apart. The water in the air was immediately pulled apart by her, like a transparent cover covering the top of the sweet potato field. Then Kung Kung shook her hands again, as if she was shaking water. The water in the air came crashing down and scattered all over the ground. Xiao Xiao, who was standing behind Lin Xiao, curiously looked at Kung Kung controlling the water, feeling that it was very refreshing. Lin Xiao poured water into the pail again, and then she cut her finger. A drop of blood dripped from her finger, then dripped into the water. When her blood dripped out, Xiao Xiao, Kung Kung, Dahe, and the zombie dog all turned around and ran. Awo, awo, Awang, come back. Where are you going? Lin Xiao turned her head and shouted at Awang, who was about to rush into the mountain. Then she murmured, I'm obviously a good thing for you guys. But why do you react like you've seen a monster when you see a good thing? Awo. The zombie dog, which had regained its skin but was still bald and looked much better than before, stiffened. Even though it was a level 6 zombie beast, after 2 or 3 seconds, it obediently turned around with its tail between its legs and began to walk towards Lin Xiao dejectedly. Lin Xiao stirred the water with her hand and said, Come, it's already melted. The zombie dog cautiously walked over and stared at the water in the bucket with vigilance. When it came over, its expression slowly turned into one of curiosity. Then it could not help but stretch its head into the bucket to take a look. Indeed, after Lin Xiao's blood fell into the bucket and was dissolved by the water, the dangerous aura of zombies had mostly disappeared. But fortunately, it was within the acceptable range of a level 5 zombie beast. At this time, a head popped out from the back of the hut. Xiao Xiao opened her big black eyes and looked over with curiosity and vigilance. Go in. Lin Xiao pointed at the bucket and said to the zombie dog. At the same time, he was ready to hold the zombie dog down. The zombie dog hesitantly raised its head to look at her, its face full of unwillingness. It was a beast, and its perception of danger was several times better than human zombies. It was already very resistant when Lin Xiao asked it to come closer. Now that it was asked to go in again, it didn't want to do it. The feeling of this bucket of water was not the one that attracted him just now. Instead, there was a domineering aura from Lin Xiao's body. It was very aggressive. Hurry up, Lin Xiao urged it. Oh, the zombie dog barked at her in resistance, pressing its tail down tightly. Don't worry. Go in. Do you want to grow fur? Lin Xiao tempted it, even though she didn't know if her blood could really make this guy grow fur. However, they had never taken a bath before. Previously, they had been asked to drink it directly. Ao. No. The zombie dog straightforwardly refused. Go in. Do you want me to carry you in? Lin Xiao finally lost her patience. She stretched out her claws, showing off her sharp nails. Seeing Lin Xiao's nails, the zombie dog was immediately terrified. Whoa! It lowered its head and barked sadly. Then it turned around to look at the bucket of water. It took 2 steps back and lifted its front legs slightly, preparing to jump. However, it stopped. It didn't jump. Then it continued to prepare to jump, but when it was about to jump, it stopped again. After repeating this several times, it finally gritted its teeth and jumped. Plop! The zombie dog fell into the bucket. Whoa! However, it immediately opened its mouth and let out a scream. It turned around and wanted to rush out. In the end, he was pressed down by 2 hands and couldn't move at all. Whoa! The zombie dog began to struggle violently and howl. Xiao Xiao, who was behind the small wooden house, was frightened by the zombie dog's mournful cry. She instantly shrank back and disappeared. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The zombie dog struggled and rolled around in the bucket, but it was firmly pressed down by Lin Xiao and couldn't run out. It was unknown whether Lin Xiao had used up too much health, or if it was a bath, but the zombie dog howled and rolled around in the water for 2 hours before it floated in the tub like a dead dog. Lin Xiao didn't drag it out and just let it float in the bucket. At that moment, two figures flashed by. What? Are you trying to kill the dog? Elmar looked at the dead dog in the bucket with a strange expression. Just as she finished speaking, the dead dog in the bucket suddenly sprung up and flipped over. Then it woke up. However, after waking up, Awang calmed down a lot. There was no longer any aura in the water that could threaten it, and its body wasn't in pain. It just floated in the water and used its 4 paws to dig around. Then, as if it had remembered something, it stretched out its 4 limbs and stood at the bottom of the bucket. Then it sat down and looked up at Lin Xiao with its tongue hanging out. "Okay, come out," Lin Xiao said to it. The zombie dog immediately jumped out of the bucket. "Pit Pit," Lin Xiao called out to his surroundings again. Then he saw Pit Pit emerge from an unknown corner. She understood what Lin Xiao meant. This time, without Lin Xiao saying anything, she cleared the water in the bucket. However, she didn't get too close to Lin Xiao. Instead, she stood on a tree far away and controlled her ability. "You leveled up?" Qiu Lily looked at Ao Wang curiously. Then she nodded. "It feels very powerful." Lin Xiao squatted beside Ao Wang and reached out to touch its skin. It didn't feel dry and prickly. Instead, it felt soft and slippery. "Oh, the wound has healed. This one doesn't look so ugly anymore." Elmar looked at the zombie dog curiously and asked, "Will it grow fur?" Lin Xiao nodded. "It should. Why don't you touch it?" She turned to look at Elmarch. The dog's skin had become soft and firm. It felt good to touch. It felt furry, as if it had just grown some fur. Therefore, Lin Xiao felt that this guy should grow fur. Its skin had been revitalized by the energy. Although it wasn't like a living dog, it was no longer lifeless. "Really?" Elmar curiously moved closer and reached out to touch it. It felt soft and slippery. It was a very comfortable feeling. "Hey, it feels so comfortable," she said happily. As soon as she said that, Qiu Lily immediately moved closer and reached out to touch it. Whoa. The zombie dog on its back that was being petted had an expression of dissatisfaction. However, it didn't dare to make a scene in front of the 3 bosses. Chapter 713. After dealing with Awang, Lin Xiao turned to look at Dehei, who was also hiding behind the small wooden house. However, it had climbed to the roof and stuck its head out to look at them. Thinking about its size, how should she give it a bath? It was so big. Could she dig a pond for it? Then, she looked at her finger that had already healed. She wondered what effect her virus would have on these mutated animals. Logically speaking, these mutated plants would only mutate after being invaded by the virus. She did not know what effect it would have if she used it on these mutated plants. The virus in her body was different from the lake water in the space. It had a purifying effect. After thinking about it, Lin Xiao filled the bucket with water again. Then, she took out the virus that Lung Xiantong had cultivated for her and poured it into the water. Then, she grabbed a roe deer from the space and used the vine that little man left behind to strangle the deer's neck. "Lily, you two pour the water in the bucket into the mutant roe deer's stomach." She grabbed the vine and said to Qiu Lily and Lin Ming, who were standing at the side. These 2 ladies had nothing better to do anyway. Oh, Qiu Lily was stunned. Then she turned around to find a water ladle and poured half a ladle of water into the bucket. Elmar pressed the struggling roe deer to the ground, then held its body down to prevent it from moving. Qiu Lily squatted in front of the roe deer's head and waited for Lin Xiao to squat down to pry open the roe deer's mouth before pouring the water in. The roe deer on the ground struggled for a while and immediately quietened down. It was completely different from the zombies that needed to struggle for more than 10 minutes to half an hour. Why is there no reaction so soon?" Elmar said in surprise. Lin Xiao and Qiu Lily also looked strangely at the quietly paralyzed roe deer on the ground. However, Lin Xiao could see that her virus energy was devouring the energy in the road deer's body. It was slowly spreading from the head to the body below the neck. What reaction will it have? Big Sister Zombie, I think you should give this task to the new researcher. Elmar looked curiously at the motionless road deer on the ground. Suddenly, she thought of something and looked at Lin Xiao. Yes, I still have to give it to him for research in the future. It was just a whim. I wanted to show it to Dahei, but I had to find another mutant animal to test it first. After all, mutated beasts are different from zombies. Lin Xiao nodded. Lin Xiao's task for Lung Xintong was not only to study the virus, but also her blood and Lin Kuei's blood. At the same time, she returned the lake water to him so that he could study the energy inside. With the lake water, the direction of the base's farming would definitely be more promising than other bases. Furthermore, Lin Xiao's lake water could also purify the virus in the bodies of the mutant beasts, turning them into animals that could be used as food for humans. However, it did not remove the abilities of these mutant beasts. At most, it made their flesh edible. For example, Dahei's meat could be eaten by humans. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao looked up at Dahei, who was entangled on the roof of the cabin. Dahei was inexplicably frightened by her gaze. His entire body shrank back, revealing only his head and a pair of snake eyes. Moreover, Lin Xiao planned to let Lin Feng go out to collect resources after the new year and catch some mutant beasts. In fact, if he wanted to catch these, he could directly go to the animal park. There were definitely many mutant beasts to catch. Not long after, the roe deer on the ground suddenly moved. Just like Ao Wang, it suddenly jumped up, and then its entire body crouched on the ground. Its entire skeleton seemed to be deformed, protruding, and then concave back. There's a reaction. Qiu Lily's eyes lit up, and she stared curiously. The roe deer crouched on the ground, and its mouth made a strange sound. Its entire body was twisting strangely, and the bones in its body were also moving up and down under its skin. This scene would have been very scary in the past. However, it was now the end of the world. There were zombies, mutated plants, and mutated animals. What could be scarier than this? There was an obvious change in the body of the roe deer, but there was no change in its appearance. After a while, the roe deer stood up shakily, but its eyes had become pitch black. The protruding teeth in its mouth seemed to be sharper, but the fur on its body did not show any signs of decay, and there were no wounds. However, the aura of the entire mutant beast had completely changed. Yes, it had already become a zombie beast. The zombie roe deer used its 4 limbs to prop itself up, and after shaking a few times, it stood up steadily. Then it raised its head and looked at Lin Xiao. Although its pair of big round eyes had become deathly still and strange, they occasionally flashed with light. Huh! Lin Xiao stood up and looked at the roe deer that was standing in front of her, which was taller than her waist. She opened her mouth and said, "It has become a zombie beast, but it doesn't seem to be the same as Ao Wang." Then she turned to look at Dahei, who was on the roof of the wooden house, and sighed. "It seems that the virus in my body is too overbearing. A living mutant beast has become a zombie beast just like that. If it was an ordinary mutant beast, it wouldn't turn into a zombie beast after being bitten by an ordinary zombie or zombie beast. Because of the mutation caused by the virus, it was already immune to the zombie virus." The roe deer stood foolishly in front of Lin Xiao, looking at her. Its round black eyes looked left and right, then back at Lin Xiao, and its ears twitched from time to time. After watching for a while, and seeing that Lin Xiao didn't move, the roe deer curiously moved closer to her, sticking out its nose and sniffing her. Huh? This feeling. It's like the silly roe deer I've seen on TV before. It looks so silly and curious about everything. Elmar crossed her arms in front of her chest, holding her chin as she curiously looked at the roe deer that had turned into a zombie. Lin Xiao and Qiu Lily both nodded at the same time. This feeling was really a bit silly. The roe deer sniffed left and right at Lin Xiao, then shifted its target to Qiu Lily, who was next to her. Qiu Lily took a step back, not wanting it to come close to her. As a result, when she took a step back, The roe deer actually took a step forward and followed her. This caused Xiao Lily to subconsciously take another 2 steps back. After turning into a zombie, it was clear that it had awakened the instincts of a normal roe deer. The silly zombie roe deer immediately followed her 2 steps out of curiosity. Lin Xiao and Elmar looked at this scene with amusement. Why does it look more like a silly roe deer after turning into a zombie? It didn't level up, so was this considered an evolution? It didn't count. A second mutation of the virus? Lin Xiao couldn't figure out what kind of zombie beast this roe deer was. Oh, whoa! At this moment, a shadow suddenly flashed, and with a howl, it pounced on the body of the roe deer. Before the roe deer could react, it was already pushed to the ground by Ao Wang. Ao Wang's paws pressed down on the roe deer, which was slightly bigger than it, and the dog's mouth viciously bit down on the roe deer's head. Crack! The dog's teeth immediately crushed the roe deer's skull. Seeing this sudden change, Lin Xiao was confused. What was the meaning of this? Chapter 714. After the zombie dog bit the roe deer, it turned its head around with a ferocious look on its face. It even made a weird whining sound in its throat. What are you doing? Lin Xiao looked at the zombie dog strangely. She didn't even have time to observe the changes on the roe deer before the dog bit it to death. Even after killing the roe deer, the zombie dog still didn't let go. Lin Xiao looked at it and sighed. Forget it. At least we know the initial changes. Let Lung Xiantong study the rest. Speaking of Lung Xiantong, Lin Xiao sent the mother and son to Lung Xuantong's side. With her orders, the 2 zombies wouldn't attack her, but the mother and son didn't recognize Lung Xiantong. Although they didn't recognize him, the female zombie could learn some simple tasks that Lung Xiantong taught her. For example, sweeping the floor, cleaning the table, checking the time, or changing the equipment, and so on. And the little zombie followed behind the female zombie, like a small tail running around. Wherever the female zombie went, he would follow. It could be considered as fulfilling the conditions that Lin Xiao gave Lung Xiantong. But to be able to have the female zombie by his side was a pleasant surprise for Lung Xiantong. Although his 2 family members didn't remember him, it was fine as long as they were by his side. And after seeing the various zombies in Lin Xiao's space, Lung Xiantong felt that Lin Xiao definitely had a way to make his wife and son remember their past memories. It was also because of this that Lung Xiantong finally decided to stay here. Seeing that the roe deer's attempt had failed, Lin Xiao didn't plan on using her virus to modify Big Black. So if she wanted to make it stronger, she could only feed it energy cores and use the lake's energy. After thinking about it, Xiao Lin found a zombie with an earth ability to come over. It was one of the first batch of zombie leaders that Lin Xiao subdued, the earth-type male zombie number 6. However, he was already a level 1 king of the 6th level. After this number 6 was upgraded by Lin Xiao, he didn't remember his name. He also didn't know his title, and his memory was also a blank. But he had awakened many of his old habits and skills. And this number 6, Lin Xiao called him Old 6, looked to be around 30 years old. At Lin Xiao's place, he drank a lot of energy from the lake and took a few baths. After leveling up this time, his body's appearance had recovered a lot. Although his facial features weren't very handsome, he was still considered the handsome type. Moreover, with a pair of dark and narrow eyes, the expression in the eyes was very calm and steady. His eyes were deep, and the bridge of his nose was straight. His thin lips were bright because of the deep purple color. His originally handsome face was immediately decorated by his eyes and lips, making it hard for people to look away. It was as if an ordinary person was suddenly put on strange makeup. Then, it evolved into a different temperament and image. Old 6 was such a zombie, and although he wasn't as straight as a soldier, he still had a straight back, and his aura wasn't weak. He had the aura of a superior leader, or a domineering CEO. Old 6, come here. Lin Xiao looked at the hill behind the cabin and then at the other side of the road. Seeing that the terrain on the side of the highway was relatively low, he chose that side. Lin Xiao walked over with Old 6, pointed to a point on the left, then another point on the right. The 2 points were about 20 meters apart. She said to Old Six, "Sink this piece of land. Just go from here to here." Old Six squatted on the ground and pressed his palm on the ground. Following that, a tremor came from the ground. Then, the spot that Lin Xiao pointed at had indeed sunk into a large square pit. Lin Xiao turned her head to look, then turned around and ordered a wood-type zombie to control the surrounding trees to lay a layer of solid wood at the bottom of the pool. After making the pool, Lin Xiao walked over and filled the pool with the lake water from the space. Then, she turned her head and waved at Dehei, who was still watching curiously. "Come here, go play." While saying that, she pointed to the pool. Dehei's eyes lit up, looking at the big pool that Lin Xiao had temporarily made, and slid over excitedly. It stopped at the edge of the pool and turned its head to look at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao nodded, "Yes, go down. This is for you to use as a swimming pool." The water here was less than 1/10,000th of the water in Lin Xiao's space lake. Of course, the energy in it wouldn't make Dehei feel any resistance. This degree was just what it liked. Thus, Dehei immediately delved into the pool happily circling in the water a few times, then flipping and swimming back and forth, looking very happy. Lin Xiao also threw a level 6 energy core to it, and it was also a snake-type mutated beast. That level 6 python was much more ferocious than Dehei in the pool. With its special ability, it could eat anything into its stomach. Dehei felt Lin Xiao throw an energy core down, and immediately swam over to pick it up and swallow it. Then it became a dark lump at the bottom of the pool. Lin Xiao squatted by the pool, reached into the pool, and controlled the energy in the water to enter Dehei's body, filtering out the impurities in the energy core. However, the energy absorbed by mutated beasts wasn't as fast as that of zombies. Lin Xiao looked at its speed. It would take 10 days to half a month for all the energy to be compressed into the energy core in its brain. Then Lin Xiao would have to squat by the pool for 10 days to half a month. Thinking that she still had to go back to have a reunion dinner with the Lin family today, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a little depressed. At that time, she would have to leave temporarily and let Dehei absorb the energy first. At noon on the 30th, when everyone in the base went down to get their meals, there was an extra portion of meat on their plates. Seeing the meat, everyone was very surprised. "Wow, what meat is this? It smells so good. I haven't eaten meat for a long time." "There's meat! There's meat! What kind of meat is this? Is it poisonous? Oh, it smells so good. Whatever. I'll become a zombie then. I want to eat meat before I become a zombie." At first, everyone didn't know where the meat came from, and some people were worried that something would happen if they ate it. But smelling the strong meat fragrance, the people who hadn't eaten meat for half a year couldn't resist the temptation. Although they had food and vegetables during their time in the base, the vegetables were all vegetarian. However, the dishes were all vegetarian. Although they would not ask for too much in the post-apocalyptic world, they would not ask for too much. But now that there was meat to eat, they all felt that it was a kind of unexpected happiness. So no matter what meat it was, since it was already in front of them, these people immediately became like hungry wolves, smelling the meat fragrance and drooling. You should thank the leader because she found something that can eliminate the virus in the mutated beasts. In the future, we will all have meat to eat. At this time, Chen Yuding stood in front of the cafeteria and said to everyone, Chapter 7:15. Chen Yuding's words immediately gave everyone a second surprise. Did he mean that there would be endless meat to eat in the future? After all, it was very difficult to find some unmutated animals to kill and eat in the apocalypse. In the major bases, although they were trying hard to find these unmutated beasts and raise them after catching them. But when it came to eating meat, of course, it was impossible to give it to the people of the lower class. It was only the luxurious food that those with power and influence could eat. Now Chen Yuding told them that their new leader found a way to turn mutant beasts into ordinary beasts without the virus, so they could eat meat. Thinking about the skyrocketing number of mutant beasts and their strength, as long as they could catch them, they could eat meat. In this way, there was no need to worry about the situation of rare things being precious. When Lin Xiao came back in the afternoon, she left Dahe at the bottom of the lake to let it absorb energy by itself. She took the zombies back to the hotel, but those who should stay at the cultivation base still had to stay in case someone or something ran to the ground and caused damage. After Lin Xiao left a team of level 5 zombies there to guard, she took the other zombies back to the hotel. Since the humans ate meat, of course, the zombies also needed to eat meat. Because there were not many zombies under Lin Xiao's command, they didn't eat that much roe deer meat. But they had a big appetite, so they ate a lot. Lin Xiao finally left a few roe deer in the space as seeds, so that they could continue to breed in the future. She killed the others and ate their meat. Moreover, they also caught a lot of big rats on the mountain. Because when she came back, Lin Xiao caught some big rats and tried to let the other zombies eat them to see if there would be any rejection. As a result, except for the zombies who were a little obsessed with cleanliness, the other zombies accepted it. Among them, Lin Ke ate the most. Lin Xiao watched him eat a lot of rats that were twice the size of cats, and the feeling of not being able to stop made her think of cats. Although this guy did have the mutated genes of cats, he was not a real cat. She wanted to say, "Don't forget that you are a leopard. Are you a cat demon?" Of course, if she said that, Lin Ke would definitely give her a supercilious look and say, "Leopards also eat meat, and so do mice." What was wrong with that? When he returned to the base, the dinner was already on the table. Apart from the Lin family, there were also Yuan Tianxing, Long Qingying, and other close friends and comrades of the Lin family. Although Lin Xiao sat down with them to eat, there was no food in front of her. There was only a glass of wine in front of her. Although everyone knew that she ate raw meat, she couldn't put a plate of raw meat on this table of delicious cooked food, because there were still children. "How does the wine taste in your mouth?" Yuan Tianxing asked Lin Xiao curiously. Now that they were here, they had reverted to their former comrades in arms, temporarily putting aside their current identities and statuses. Lin Xiao took a sip of brandy and shook his head. "I don't feel anything." Lin Feng, who was sitting next to her, silently reached for the bottle and said expressionlessly, "If you don't feel anything, don't waste it." Lin Xiao, "Can't I just pretend?" Yuan Tianxing smiled at her and spread his hands. "I don't have any objections. It's just that Lin Feng can't bear to part with the wine." Lin Wenwen glanced at Yuan Tianxing from the other side of Lin Xiao without saying a word. He just lowered his head and put a piece of meat into his mouth. Lin Feng filled Yuan Tianxing's glass and then filled Lin Hao's glass. After the end of the world, wine could be kept for a long time, but the quantity was getting smaller and smaller. Except for the 3 men, everyone else had freshly squeezed strawberry juice in front of them. Lin Xiaolu held the strawberry juice with both hands and drank happily. She looked at the other adults curiously. Cheng Wangxue put some food in her bowl and said, "You have to eat. Don't just drink juice." In the end, the 2 bottles of wine that Lin Feng collected from nowhere were all drunk by the 3 men. Because they were all superpowers, they obviously couldn't get drunk so easily. After the dinner, Mrs. Lin and the others went back to the room to play cards. Those who lost would draw a stroke on their faces. Because there was nothing to do, they could only play cards or mahjong. Lin Xiaolu and Tong Tong were running around the house to catch rabbits. Maybe they were familiar with the 2 children. The gray-haired rabbit was also very cooperative with the 2 children. Lin Xiao played cards with Mrs. Lin and the others. After a few rounds, Long Qingying, who had been watching from the side, came up to play. Mrs. Lin asked her about the baby from time to time, and Lin Xiao could only say that it couldn't be treated as a normal pregnancy. However, it didn't affect her now. Lin Xiao didn't sit for long in her mother's room. She felt that someone was at the door. However, this person didn't move. He just stood at the door quietly. Lin Xiao didn't know what he was going to do. "I'll go out and get you something to eat. You guys play." Lin Xiao stood up and said. Then she walked to the door. "Go ahead." The others nodded and continued to play. Lin Xiao opened the door and walked out. After closing the door behind her, she asked Yuan Tianxing, who was standing at the door, "What's up?" Yuan Tianxing looked at her and put out the cigarette in his hand. He said, "I have something to tell you." Lin Xiao looked at him. The light in the corridor was not very bright. Yuan Tianxing slightly lowered his eyes and pursed his lips as if he had made a big decision. "Well, come here." Lin Xiao had a bad feeling, but she didn't refuse. She turned around and walked to the top of the building. Yuan Tianqing followed behind her and looked at her slender and straight back. His eyes were slightly infatuated. Although her appearance had changed a lot, the feeling she gave him hadn't changed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have noticed her before she directly revealed her identity. After losing her once, he didn't want to hide his feelings in the bottom of his heart. Even though she had become a zombie, he didn't change his feelings for her. Because of the construction of the new base, he was very busy every day. Yuan Tianqing didn't have time to think about it. Later, he thought that it was fine as long as he could continue to be by her side. However, every time she left the base to do a task, he had an inexplicable panic. He was afraid that she wouldn't come back. However, he knew that he couldn't stop her. After arriving at the top of the building, Lin Xiao leaned against the edge of the roof with her arms crossed in front of her chest. She looked at Yuan Tianqing with her back, facing the outside, and sighed. "Say it." Now, Yuan Tianqing didn't need her to perceive him to know what he was thinking. She knew that she would have to face it one day, so she didn't refuse him. "You?" Yuan Tianqing looked up at her and slightly opened his lips, but only said one word. However, the expression in his eyes gave Lin Xiao a headache. There was a deep whirlpool of emotions that wanted to suck her in. Chapter 716. Yuan Tianqing swallowed his saliva, feeling slightly nervous. He hadn't been this nervous in a long time, because what he was going to say to her tonight would definitely change the relationship between the two of them. But he didn't know what the change would be. At the same time, he was prepared for Lin Xiao to reject him, but there was a trace of expectation in his heart. No matter what, he had to say his feelings. He didn't want to just look at her silently. "Lin Xiao, I..." Yuan Tianqing looked at her. His expression was a bit stiff. He didn't have his usual calm smile, and his eyes were too intense. Lin Xiao smiled bitterly in her heart. Is it finally coming? Of course, she knew what he was thinking and how he felt about her. But she only saw him as a friend, comrade, and colleague. She didn't have any special feelings for him. She didn't directly stop what he was going to say, because it would only hurt Yuan Tianqing. Although she wouldn't accept him, she didn't want to hurt him. After all, they were friends and comrades in arms. After Lin Xiao knew his feelings for her, she also felt very strange. She was obviously a few years older than this guy. Why would he be attracted to her? "I want you to know, I've always liked you." "Don't say anything. Wait for me to finish." Yuan Tianqing took a deep breath, and when he finally said those 3 words, he suddenly felt relieved. Then he stared into Lin Xiao's eyes and continued, "Before the apocalypse, I already liked you. Every time I went on a mission with you, I knew I couldn't disobey orders, but I was always afraid of your safety. When the apocalypse came and I saw that you didn't turn into a zombie, I decided that no matter what happens to the world, I don't care what happens to you. I want to be by your side and protect you." When he woke up that day and saw the world change, the only thing Yuan Tianqing thought of was not himself, nor his family and friends, but Lin Xiao, his captain. Looking at the zombies everywhere, he could only comfort himself. She won't turn into a zombie. She won't. She's still alive. She must be alive. So he didn't dare to think about what would happen to Lin Xiao after she turned into a zombie. His mind directly blocked this assumption. Because this was what kept him awake, he didn't go crazy. So in the end, when he found Lin Xiao with this belief, he decided to silently follow her. But when she met Yang Jianhua, he felt a sense of crisis. But it didn't take long for him to get over it. Because no matter how good she was to Yang Jianhua, she only saw him as a savior. When Yang Jianhua suddenly appeared by your side and saw your attitude towards him, I almost went crazy from jealousy. But I knew that if you didn't meet him, you would have been killed by the zombies. But I was so stupid to not to know that it was fake. Yang Jianhua, I didn't know it was real. It's all my fault. Yuan Tianqing lowered his head as he spoke. His entire body exuded an aura of regret. Lin Xiao silently watched him finish his confession. Then he said, "It's not your fault. Don't take responsibility for it. This is my fault. To I, Lin said, I. To say, Li, Lin, T no. T Chun. This is my responsibility. I'm the leader of Hell King's base. So, you don't have to blame yourself. Lin Xiao shook her head. Even if you like me or fall in love with me, I can only say I'm sorry. You should be able to feel that I've always treated you as a friend or a brother. I can't respond to your feelings. Yuan Tianqing lowered his head slightly and nodded bitterly. Yes, I know. No matter what I've said it, I didn't love you in my heart, but it made me feel a lot more relaxed. As he spoke, he smiled. His obviously handsome face became a lot dimmer because of this smile. He had obviously guessed this result. Sorry. I'm sorry. Lin Xiao didn't know what to say. Luckily, she knew Yuan Tianqing's personality. He wouldn't force things. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed by her side for so many years without saying anything. Now that he said it, it seemed that the destruction of Hell King's base and her death had affected him. No matter what, you're still my friend, comrade, and brother. Of our previous team, only you, me, and Duan are left. I know it'll be hard for you to reject me, but if I can't accept your feelings, it will be a burden to you after a long time. This is another kind of harm. You have to understand this, so it's better for you to let go. I can only treat you as the same as Lin Hao, she said to him cautiously as she looked at him. Yuan Tianqing was younger than her to begin with. So to speak, she treated him as a younger brother. Yuan Tianqing looked at her silently and didn't say anything. Lin Xiao's scalp went numb because she saw tears appear in the corner of Yuan Tianqing's eyes. Ah, what to do? What to do? This brat is crying. Oh my God! The emotion contained in this tear was too heavy. She couldn't take it. Right at this moment, two figures suddenly swept past the rooftop where they were, one after the other. They had originally intended to go over directly. Originally, they wanted to go over, but they suddenly stopped and curiously looked at the atmosphere. Roar? Roar! Zombie Gizzard was stopped and looked at Lin Xiao, then looked at Yuan Tianqing, then turned his head to look at Lin Xiao. Then he suddenly moved to the side of the two, turned left, turned right, and then nodded thoughtfully. Roar! An angry roar sounded from behind, and then the zombie boy rushed over. He pounced at the old man, completely ignoring the strange atmosphere between Lin Xiao and the old man. Geezer Guo was stunned, then quickly moved away. The two people who suddenly had the atmosphere destroyed. Yuan Tianqing helplessly looked at the two figures leaving. What the hell? This old and young pair are still so noisy. They actually went from the hotel to the middle school? Lin Xiao was relieved. Phew, thank goodness. I was saved by these two guys. But what did the old man's last nod mean? She felt that the old man must be thinking about something strange again. The two looked at each other at the same time, and their faces showed some awkwardness. After being interrupted by these two zombies, the two of them felt relieved, and the atmosphere wasn't as heavy as before. It's impossible for the two of us. So, sigh. I know it's hard to give up this kind of relationship, but you can only start anew after you give up, right? Isn't that so? Lin Xiao finally looked into Yuan Tianqing's eyes and said. Chapter 717. Yuan Tianqing took a deep breath. He was no longer a young man, and he had long seen that Lin Xiao's feelings for him were only that of a friend and a brother. Now that he had finally revealed the secret that had been hidden in his heart for many years, he received a direct rejection from the other party. He had already expected such an outcome, and he had long been mentally prepared. But at this moment, it was still very uncomfortable. But after being inexplicably messed up, apart from not knowing whether to laugh or cry, his heart suddenly felt less uncomfortable. Of course, the little bit of expectation in his heart had also disappeared. Feeling that his eyes were a little hot, Yuan Tianqing also felt a little embarrassed. He actually cried? He didn't even notice. So embarrassing. Ahem, Yuan Tianqing slightly tilted his face and awkwardly coughed. Then he turned back to look at her and said, I'm sorry to have troubled you. You're right, if I don't give up, I will only trap myself in this relationship. Please give me some time. Lin Xiao sighed, stepped forward, raised her hand, and patted his shoulder. Then she turned around and walked to the staircase. But in her heart, she was slightly happy because her rejection seemed to not be a big blow to the boy. It seemed that the other party also knew that there would be such an outcome, and he had long been mentally prepared. She was already an adult in her 30s, and she could accept a lot of things. Yuan Tianqing looked at her somewhat familiar, yet strange back in the dark, and finally blurred into a ball, and then disappeared into the staircase. He let out a long sigh, and then looked up at the sky. It was dark, and the night sky after the apocalypse was always like this. The cold wind blew from time to time, and it gradually cooled his mood. After Lin Xiao went downstairs, she was greatly relieved. Although she rejected Yuan Tianqing, she could not ask him to look back at Lin Wenwen behind him. Although her Wenwen was a little pitiful, it was not like there was no chance. But it was also good that Yuan Tianqing came to her to confess. Otherwise, she really did not know how to reject him and make him give up. If he did not give up, then he would not give up. If he did not give up, then he would not see anyone else. Lin Xiao still wanted to help his little sister. Therefore, when Yuan Tianqing came to look for her, she was already waiting. Lin Luoran goes downstairs to the kitchen and takes out some plates. She washes some strawberries and puts some sweet potatoes on another plate. Finally, she takes 2 plates of food and goes back to Mrs. Lin's room. You were gone for so long? Where did you go to get these 2 plates of food? Cheng Wanshua asked curiously when she saw Lin Xiao return. Oh, something came up? Lin Xiao put the plate on the coffee table. At this time, Lin Wenwen glanced at her, his expression a little hesitant. She had just seen Yuan Tianqing's figure flash by when Lin Xiao went out. Lin Xiao looked at her. You saw it? Lin Wenwen was slightly startled. Then he lowered his eyes and nodded. Immediately, the others looked at her. Did he tell you, Brother Tianqing? Lin Wenwen looked at the cards in his hand and asked in a low voice. A trace of understanding flashed in the others' eyes. They all looked away at the same time and looked at Lin Xiao inquiringly. Lin Xiao glanced at them and sat on the sofa next to the coffee table. She picked up a strawberry and took a bite. Then she looked at the others and said, yes. I told him. I said no. The other 3 looked at each other. Then they all sighed in their hearts. Lin Xiao swallowed the sour taste in her mouth and glanced at Lin Wenwen. He hasn't come down yet. Maybe you can go and see him? She was just suggesting. Lin Wenwen shook her head and bit her lower lip. She said, no, I don't want him to think that I am taking advantage of this time. Besides, he doesn't need to be comforted. He is an adult. If he really wants to give up, he will do it as long as he has some time. That's true. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. Feelings can't be forced. Tianqing was an understanding person. Since he had already spoken to you, he would not let you go. Since he has already told you, he has already made up his mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said it. Isn't it better to keep it in his heart? Mrs. Lin sighed. She said. Then she turned to look at Lin Xiao. Be honest. When are you going to tell us about the father of the child in your belly? Lin Xiao. Ah? Why did the topic suddenly change to her? Ah. Man's father, Mrs. Lin said indifferently. The child is already so big. Is he going to leave it alone? Do you really think that we'll believe your bullshit of self-inflicted wounds? The others stared at Lin Xiao's stomach. Speaking of which, when will this child be born? Lin Xiao said before that the child needed a lot of energy to maintain its development, and it would need a long period of sleep. It has been 4 or 5 months, but her belly is still flat. How long would it take for it to appear? Lin Xiao's face froze. She looked up at the ceiling. Then she glanced at them and said, well, I don't know the father. I was in a daze that day. I don't know how Man came into my body from the space. I really don't know. As she spoke, she looked straight at the crowd. In the end, she got a bunch of, I don't believe you, do you think we are stupid looks? Lin Wenwen's eyes flashed. Then tell us which day. Maybe we can guess who it is? Then she thought for a while and began to analyze. Well, you said the child is 4 or 5 months old. Is that 4 or 5 months? If it's 4 months, we should still be in Haicheng, right? Speaking of Haicheng, Something flashed through Lin Wenwen's mind, but she didn't catch it. No matter who the father is, I don't think he wants man-man. After all, this is not a normal child. Lin Xiao looked at her belly and thought for a while. Then she said, maybe he doesn't know? Maybe he's like me? This situation was not impossible. But the others were not fools, so they didn't believe Lin Xiao's nonsense. You're looking at the ceiling again. Keep making it up. When the time comes, we'll see which man comes to us. Cheng Wangxue stared at her coldly. Lin Xiao. This was really possible. That Wu guy didn't seem to want to give up on her, although he hadn't done anything yet. But every time Lin Xiao looked at him, there was a sense of crisis in her eyes. And from her thoughts, Wu Qingyue seemed to be instilling some strange ideas into her. Chapter 718. Although Lin Xiao knew that this man would come looking for her, this seemed a little too fast. Wasn't it only the second day of the New Year? Leader Wu is really free to come here to pay a visit during the New Year? Lin Xiao sat in the living room and looked at Wu Qingyue with a strange expression. She was also holding a small figure in her arms. Because Lingling said she wanted to see you, so I came. Why? Am I not welcomed? Wu Qingyue smiled and raised his eyebrows. So you brought these? Is there a need for so many people? Lin Xiao glanced at the row below Wu Qingyue's seat. Xiao Yunlong, Xiao Liqing, Ming Yu, Kong Qingming, Li Ming, Mo Li, Li Yushan, and a girl she did not know. Except for Xiao Yunlong, who was a level 7 ability user and the new leader of Sea City. The others were originally level 5 ability users, but now they had all broken through to level 6. And a few of them had been promoted to the position of deputy leader. So Wu Qingyue said he brought Lingling here to play, but in the end he brought a large group of people. What was the meaning of this? When she asked this, Xiao Yunlong and the others all looked at Wu Qingyue. Their eyes all had the same meaning. They all secretly glanced in Lin Xiao's direction. Wu Qingyue nodded to them. The girl that Lin Xiao did not know stood up with a faint smile. She walked to the middle of the living room and then said to Lin Xiao, Hello, Miss Liu. I am Luo Jifai. I am a space ability user. Lin Xiao looked at her blankly and nodded. Hello. Then she looked at Wu Qingyue with a puzzled look and saw that the other party was smiling. The expression in his eyes could not be seen clearly. Then she looked at Luo Jifai in front of her. She looked to be about 1.6 meters tall, with waist-length hair and a slender body. She was delicate and had a baby face, fair and clean, and looked to be a few years younger than her actual age. Although she was also smiling, her smile did not reach her eyes and heart. Lin Xiao could not feel the activity in her heart, and the smile on her face looked like a mask. Roggenfeld raised her hand and waved it to her side. Then, a large pile of boxes and bags appeared on the floor beside her. These are the kind intentions of our leader. Please accept them. After Rogfei finished speaking, he nodded at Lin Xiao with a faint smile before returning to his seat and sitting down. What's going on? Lin Xiao looked at Wu Qingyue in confusion. What was he trying to do by suddenly giving so many things? Could it be that there was something he needed her help with? This is a New Year's gift for you, Wu Qingyue said with a smile. And then, Lin Xiao asked him with a strange expression. What then? There's no then. Wu Qingyue continued to smile at her. Nothing else? Lin Xiao's expression turned even weirder. She looked at Wu Qingyue, then at Wu Yueling in her arms. Then he turned his head and exchanged glances with Lin Feng and the others. He had no idea what Wu Qingyue was up to. Lin Feng and the rest were at a loss. She stood up and pulled Wu Yueling over to the pile of things. He pointed at the top box and asked, What is this? Wu Qingyue didn't say anything, but Mo Li did. Her face was expressionless as she replied faintly, These are medicines. At present, our base does not have many types of medicines, so we can only take out these. What about these? Lin Xiao turned around and pointed at another smaller box. Those are seeds. This time, the one who spoke was Kong Qingming, who was sitting lazily on the chair with one hand supporting half of his face. There was a faint, charming smile on his handsome face as he looked at Lin Xiao with a hint of bewitchment. There are also weapons, daily necessities, kitchen necessities, alcohol, and so on. I brought some of them over, but there are not many of them, so don't mind them, Wu Qingyue said with a smile. Let's not talk about this first. Why did you suddenly send so many valuable things over? Medicine and seeds. What do you want? Lin Xiao straightened her body and looked at Wu Qingyue. She had a feeling that if she accepted these things, there would be more trouble in the future. Of course, Lin Xiao would not accept things from others for no reason. Wu Qingyue just smiled faintly, but the smile on his face was meaningful. He did not immediately answer Lin Xiao's question. Lin Xiao looked at the others, who were also smiling mysteriously or expressionlessly. Obviously, they would not answer this question either. At this time, the little one next to Lin Xiao pulled the hem of her clothes. Lin Xiao turned to look at her and saw that she was looking up at her with a pair of big round eyes. I want zombie mommy to stay with Ling Ling from now on. Lin Xiao understood what she meant, but she did not understand what she meant. Did this child mean that these things were sent for Wu Yueling? What did she mean by staying with Ling Ling from now on? Lin Xiao brought her back to her seat and glanced at Lin Feng without saying anything. After receiving her instructions, Lin Feng smiled and said, If you don't give us a proper reason, how can we accept such a large amount of valuable things? So please tell us clearly, is there anything you need our help with? Tell us, we will help as much as we can, but there is no need to give so many gifts. That's right. Who would accept your things for no reason? Lin Xiao silently complained in her heart. On the surface, she turned around to pick up the strawberry on the coffee table and put it in Wu Yueling's mouth. She opened her mouth and happily took a bite, then put the rest in her hand. She then picked up the teacup from the coffee table and took a sip. Oh, a reason. That, as a betrothal gift, does that count? I want to marry your leader so that he can help me take care of my Ling Ling in the future. At this time, Wu Qingyue finally spoke with a smile. Pooh, cough, dong. The tea in Lin Xiao's mouth immediately sprayed out. She wiped the corner of her mouth with her sleeve as if nothing had happened. Chun Yuding, who was sitting below Lin Feng, slipped and almost fell off his chair, and the others almost choked on their own saliva. The calmest one was Lin Feng. He just looked at Wu Qingyue and the others expressionlessly. Wait, what did you say just now? I can't hear you clearly. The last sentence? After Lin Xiao wiped her mouth, she looked at Wu Qingyue calmly and asked. The smile on Wu Qingyue's face did not change. He repeated his words again and said, I want you to help me take care of my Ling Ling in the future. Is that okay? No. At this time, the calm Lin Feng rushed to speak first. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to him. Lin Xiao could not help but nod in response to his words. What kind of joke was this? Marry him? She had never thought of this kind of thing. Our leader already has a man. So, Leader Wu, please give up on this matter. Lin Feng directly threw out a bomb, causing a bunch of people to burn. Fuck, Lin Feng, what the hell are you talking about? Lin Xiao was stunned again. She suddenly turned her head and shouted at Lin Feng. Chapter 719. Lin Xiao didn't expect Lin Feng to talk about her child in front of so many people. She didn't have her guard up at all. Lin Feng looked at her and said faintly, I think this reason is very suitable. She even had a child. Wasn't this a good reason? If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't reveal that their leader was pregnant, he might have said that she already had another man's child. So she wasn't suitable for Wu Qingyue. Lin Xiao wanted to cover her face. She understood what Lin Feng was thinking. She really wanted to tell Lin Feng that the man he was thinking of was this guy who smiled like a fox in front of her. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Wu Qingyue laughed even more happily. Wait a minute. I think Leader Wu's joke is quite funny. But can we be serious? Don't joke around. Lin Xiao stopped Wu Qingyue, who was about to speak. Wu Qingyue's eyes flashed. Lin Xiao actually used a joke as an excuse to reject him. Fortunately, he had already expected that she wouldn't agree, so his expression didn't change. He smiled and said, No, I'm not joking. I'm serious. Our Lingling is also serious. Right, Lingling? After saying that, he looked at his daughter and blinked. So everyone saw Wu Yueling, who usually ignored people in public, nod at her father, then turn her head and stare at Lin Xiao. When everyone's eyes were drawn to Wu Yueling, Wu Qingyue took the opportunity to say, "Moreover, the man deputy leader Lin mentioned, that?" Lin Feng was just talking nonsense. I don't have any man, but I don't plan to marry anyone now. So, if Leader Wu isn't joking, please take back what you said just now. Before Wu Qingyue could finish his sentence, Lin Xiao suddenly interrupted him. Lin Xiao felt a headache coming on. She felt that this man was definitely doing this for little man. Lin Feng glanced at Lin Xiao and could only agree. That's right, Leader Wu shouldn't joke around. Because we don't see how Leader Wu is interested in our leader. Wu Qingyue had been dealing with them for so long that he already knew the ins and outs of their base. Now, Wu Qingyue suddenly said that he wanted to marry their leader. However, the two of them clearly didn't have much interaction. They weren't even close friends, let alone dating. So this Wu Qingyue was interested in the value of their base. The value of their base, other than controlling the zombies, was the secrets that Lin Xiao had. She was a special zombie and had a special and huge influence on all zombies. The lake water in her space, in addition to healing wounds, is more valuable in helping paranormals awaken smoothly and increasing the awakening rate. This was equivalent to an important resource that could increase the strength of the base in the future. If he could marry Lin Xiao, it would be equivalent to obtaining all of her value. As one of the people in charge of the base, Lin Feng considered Wu Qingyue's intentions, and this was the result. Of course, Lin Xiao also thought about this. Apart from this, he also thought about little man in his belly. Wu Qingyue had a lot of plans. How about this? You can refuse first, and I can take the things away first. But can you let me talk to your leader alone? Wu Qingyue smiled and looked at Rogfei, then looked at the people in the base. Obviously, he had already expected this result. Lin Xiao narrowed her eyes and looked at the others. Then she nodded, indicating that she agreed to talk to him alone. Leader? Lin Feng slightly frowned. Lin Xiao nodded. Don't worry, I know what to do. As she said that, she stood up and held Wu Yueling's hand as they walked out of the living room. It wasn't that she wanted to hold Wu Yueling's hand, but if she let go, this little brat would directly jump over and hug her leg. Wu Qingyue nodded at Rogfei, then stood up and followed behind Lin Xiao. After Rogfei saw Wu Qingyue's gaze, she immediately stood up and took the things back. Then she indifferently smiled and returned to her seat. She found an empty room and walked in. After closing the door, she turned around and looked at Wu Qingyue indifferently. What do you want? You suddenly came to marry me. Did you get my permission? Why do I have to get your permission to marry anyone? Do you always think that I'm an irresponsible person? Even if I'm not responsible for you, I have to be responsible for the child in your stomach. What? You want to take my child away from me? Wu Qingyue smiled faintly, but his eyes were fixed on her. Did I say such a thing? Since you don't mind that we were all schemed against last time, then I have nothing else to say. But if you want to be responsible for the child, there are many other ways. Why did you choose the most troublesome one? Lin Xiao looked at him indifferently. What responsibility for the child's descendants? It's only about the child's upbringing. If you want to raise a child, aren't there many ways? Even if you want to give the child a reasonable home environment, you don't have to make such a big fuss. You obviously have ulterior motives. This is the most suitable method for the child. Giving her a normal home environment is not only my responsibility, but also yours. Wu Qingyue's smile did not change, but his words did not back down. What normal home environment? I see that you have ulterior motives. And little Man is not an ordinary child. She doesn't need a normal home environment. She can still grow up well. Lin Xiao narrowed her eyes and once again refused him. The smile on Wu Qingyue's face finally faded a little. He slightly frowned, and then said, no matter what, I am the child's father. If you don't want to marry me, then it's better for the child to be raised by me in the future. Lin Xiao raised her eyebrows and said, why? Wu Qingyue looked at her, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up, and then said with a smile, because you are a zombie. I'm afraid that one day you will hurt her. You think too much. She hasn't even been born yet. Do you think she will be a normal human? Besides, no matter what, I won't hurt little man. Lin Xiao looked at him, her eyes unyielding. So no matter what your plan is, I won't marry you. Besides, you are a normal man. Why don't you go find a human woman, but a zombie like me to marry? Lin Xiao pursed her lips and said, because after the end of the world, you are the only woman I have touched. No, you are the only female zombie I have touched. Our bodies seem to be very compatible, right? Wu Qingyue smiled and looked at her up and down a few times. Chapter 720. Lin Xiao saw that there was a hint of lust in his eyes and couldn't help but roll her eyes in her heart. However, her face remained unmoved as she said, I remember the first time you were forced by me. The second time we were both passive and not voluntary. What's wrong with that? Besides, we're even now. There's nothing more to say. You don't have to use this as an excuse anymore. I won't agree. Wu Qingyue slowly walked in front of Lin Xiao and looked down at her eyes slightly. He said slowly, what do you mean we're even? I didn't agree last time. The child belongs to both of us. Do you want to monopolize it? And the first time we did it, you clearly forced me. The second time was an accident. But since it's been 2 times, you already have my mark on you, so you're already my person, my zombie. Do you want to run? As he spoke, he raised his hand and gently stroked the hair on the side of Lin Xiao's forehead. Even if Lu Tianyu's body was 7 meters tall, in front of Wu Qingyue, who was 8 meters tall, at such a close distance, his aura was still slightly lower. And with this posture, Wu Qingyue's aura had become slightly dangerous. It was as tough as a predator, trying to suppress Lin Xiao's aura. If the aura of a level 8 psychic was focused on a prey, it would indeed bring a very strong sense of crisis to the prey. However, if this prey was Lin Xiao, the result would not be so certain. The expression on Lin Xiao's face did not change, and her eyes were also calm. She did not raise her head, but just slightly raised her eyes and calmly looked at Wu Qingyue. The aura on her body rose with the pressure from Wu Qingyue. Why should I run? It's just a physical relationship without any feelings between us. Isn't Leader Wu a little too domineering to judge my freedom? We're all adults. Don't you think it's too childish to care so much about this? She slightly raised the corner of her mouth, but the smile on her face carried a kind of indifference that did not allow others to approach. Her words clearly told the other party that she did not agree with his point of view. Wu Qingyue quietly stared at her for a few seconds before suddenly withdrawing his aura and taking a step back. He smiled, and there was a joyful expression on his handsome face as he said, you mean if there are feelings, then it's okay, right? Lin Xiao raised her eyebrows and said indifferently, I didn't say that. Don't distort my meaning. Is this interesting? Wu Qingyue continued to smile, and his long and charming eyes narrowed into a crescent moon. But I didn't mean to distort you. In my opinion, you're telling me that I can chase after you openly. In my opinion, you're telling me that I can of courting you openly. So when you can accept me emotionally, you can marry me. This is very normal. It's just a normal step that ordinary people take. However, what of his words, he said was to say, why didn't I know you had such a rogue side to you? Don't forget your identity. Lin Xiao frowned with a headache and continued, I didn't say I would give you any chance. Don't forget who you are. Lin Xiao frowned and continued, I didn't say that I would give you any chance. Lin Xiao suddenly had a bad premonition as she watched the man's eyes, which had narrowed into slits, flickering with a certain light. This feeling of being stared at was really annoying. Just as the two of them were silently staring at each other, a little person suddenly crawled between their legs. The two of them looked down at the same time and saw Wu Yiling looking up curiously. Her big eyes turned to look at Lin Xiao and then to Wu Qingyue. Wu Qingyue looked at his daughter's sparkling eyes, and his eyes also lit up. His smile deepened as he said, besides, I think there is no one else more suitable to be Ling Ling's mother than you. Hearing this, Lin Xiao saw Wu Yiling nodding at her like a chick pecking at rice before she could even react. A pair of innocent eyes looked at her expectantly. Lin Xiao, This little gaze is poisonous. She could reject Wu Qingyue without any pressure, but she couldn't reject Wu Yueling's innocent little eyes. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao pursed her lips and glanced at Wu Qingyue with dissatisfaction. He actually used a child to help. Shameful. Without getting a response from Lin Xiao. And before Wu Qingyue could speak, Wu Yueling, who was between the two of them, couldn't take it anymore. She immediately raised her little hand and grabbed the hem of Lin Xiao's clothes. She pouted her little mouth and looked at Lin Xiao anxiously, her hand constantly shaking the hem of her clothes. Quickly agree to Daddy. Mama, quickly agree to Daddy. Did you let her keep calling me Mama? How can you talk nonsense to a child? Lin Xiao looked at Wu Yueling's little appearance and felt a headache. She just couldn't do anything to a child. She glanced at Wu Qingyue again with dissatisfaction before she spoke. What kind of stupid concept did this man instill in Ling Ling that this child would call her zombie mama every time she saw her? What kind of stupid name was this? Isn't this talking nonsense? If we get married, you will be her mother. Isn't this right? Wu Qingyue just said with a calm smile. While the two of them were talking, the people in the living room were also talking. What is your leader planning? Knowing the identity of our leader, he actually came to propose? Can ordinary people do this kind of thing? Lin Feng looked at Xiao Yunlong and asked in puzzlement. The identity he was referring to was of course Lin Xiao's identity as a zombie. Xiao Yunlong and Xiao Liqing glanced at each other, and then Xiao Liqing said, "In fact, our leader really likes Miss Lu and has been secretly paying attention to her for some time. Otherwise, when you were besieged by the zombie emperor, he would not have rushed back from Huaxia at full speed. In fact, he was afraid that your news would not reach your elusive leader." He said this to let Lin Feng and the others know that Wu Qingyue did this because he did not want their leader to regret coming back in time to save them. This was for her own good, and also for the good of their base. Is that so? So we didn't know that Leader Wu was so concerned about our leader. Here, on behalf of our leader, I thank Leader Wu and everyone for their kindness. Lin Feng nodded and seriously expressed his gratitude to the people of Sea City. You're welcome. Whether your leader agrees to marry our leader or not, this is our leader's own business. We were just following orders and did not help much. Xiao Yunlong grinned and waved his hand with a smile. Chapter 721. If the leaders of our two bases get married, then our two bases will become one. In this case, it doesn't seem worthwhile for your Sea City because our base is nothing now. Your leader wouldn't simply take a fancy to our leader, right? Lin Feng stared at Xiao Yunlong and at the same time secretly observed the expressions of the other people in Sea City. Well, of course it's because our leader has taken a fancy to your leader. There's no other meaning, please don't think too much. Xiao Liqing replied with a smile. She didn't take a fancy to him earlier or later. Our leader used to be a member of your base. Why did your leader only want to do this now? Lin Feng said. Speaking of this, then you have to ask what your leader did to our leader. You have to be responsible for eating our leader clean. At this time, Xiao Yunlong suddenly laughed. Lin Feng was suddenly speechless. Well, that matter? About what Lu Tianyu did to Wu Qingyue before. He was killed, and in the end their Lin Xiao took over that body. But that was before Lin Xiao came. It turned out that Lu Tianyu had done a good deed, not their Lin Xiao. But Lin Feng thought about it again. Since Lin Xiao had already accepted Lu Tianyu's identity and name, then it seemed that the thing she did could only be accepted as well. What, am I wrong? Don't you think so? That matter is known by the entire Sea City base. Speaking of which, it's our leader who suffered a loss. Now our leader has come to propose to your leader. If the two of them get married, then our leader will forget about what happened in the past. It will also look better to the outside world, and it will also improve your leader's reputation. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone? Xiao Liqing laughed at this time. This, we can only see if our leader agrees or not. That is, if your leader has the ability. Lin Feng was defeated. He could only say this. What could he do? His little sister had such a body? Lin Feng thought gloomily in his heart, and could only silently light a candle for Lin Xiao. Although he believed that Lin Xiao would not agree so easily, he was still a little worried. After all, what the original owner of this body had done before did give Wu Qingyue a reasonable excuse. Come on, Lin Xiao, don't get married just like that. The universal life basis people were defeated, but Xiao Lin did not lose. Don't use the child as an excuse. I won't agree. This child is not simple. Even if she is willing to follow you, I will not marry you. I will not bind my freedom to another man's life, she said lightly, looking at him with an indifferent expression. There was no emotion in her eyes, but it made people feel that they were getting further and further away from her. I won't give up. I'll wait. When the day comes that you are willing. Wu Qingyue's heart skipped a beat, but his expression didn't change. He still looked at her and said, do whatever you want, but please don't get in my way. After Lin Xiao said that, he looked down at Wu Yueling, who was in a daze. Wu Yueling was at a loss when she heard Lin Xiao's words, but she immediately reacted after a while. Then, her eyes reddened, and her rosy little mouth immediately shriveled. Lin Xiao couldn't do anything to her, but she couldn't hesitate at this time. Therefore, she could only pick her up apologetically, and then pushed her into Wu Qingyue's arms. Lingling, be a good girl. When you grow up and become sensible, you will find a better mother to take care of you, she said. Wu Yueling was held in Wu Qingyue's arms, but she turned around and looked at Lin Xiao, shaking her head with tears in her eyes. She didn't want to find a better mother, as she said. Lin Xiao didn't look at her anymore. He turned around and walked out of the room. It's okay. Let's take it slow. Lingling, don't worry. Dad will help you marry her. Today is just a formality. In the future, we can chase after her openly. Wu Qingyue shook her and said with a smile. Wu Yueling looked back at him with a sad face. Her watery eyes were moist, and a drop of tear hung on her face but could not fall down. Wu Qingyue patted her back and said with a smile, trust Dad. When did Dad lie to you? We just need time. We can't be too anxious. What if we scare her away? Wu Yueling looked at him hesitantly. After a few seconds, she suddenly put her head in his neck and buried her face in it. After Lin Xiao walked out, she didn't go back to the living room. Instead, she said to Duan Wan, who was not far from the door, ask Lin Feng to take care of the guests. I'll go back first. Duan Wan looked at Lin Xiao with curiosity. She wanted to know what Lin Xiao would do. Lin Xiao glanced at her, then turned around and left. Don't think too much. How can I get married so easily? With that, her figure disappeared. Duan Wan was relieved. Then, she turned around and looked at the room that Lin Xiao had just come out of. Then, she turned around and walked to the living room. As soon as Lin Xiao returned to the hotel, Chiu Lily and Elmar immediately came over. Hey, I heard about it. That Wu Qingyue brought a group of people over to propose to you. How about it? Did you say yes? Lin Xiao looked at them strangely. Why should I say yes? It's ridiculous. Hey, you said no? Chiu Lily looked at her regretfully. Why did you say no? He's the big boss of High City. He's the #1 in terms of strength. How can he not be worthy of you? Lin Xiao rolled her eyes and said, is this a question of whether I'm worthy or not? I don't have that kind of relationship with him. How can I marry a man without any emotional foundation? Elmar said faintly, feelings can be cultivated. Besides, Wu Qingyue is handsome and has a good figure. He's just a little cunning. There's nothing wrong with that. And doesn't his daughter like you very much? Chiu Lily nodded in agreement. Wait, let's not say that we don't have feelings for each other. At the very least, I need to know why he suddenly wants to marry me. And it's so obvious? Is it for others to see? Or does he have other intentions? You have to think about it. He also knows that I'm a zombie. If he marries me, it won't do him any good if my identity is exposed. But why would he do this? Lin Xiao touched her chin and said while thinking, are you suspecting that he has ulterior motives? Elmar narrowed her eyes and said, he definitely has a purpose. Otherwise, he wouldn't suddenly do such a thing. Lin Xiao nodded and said, that's right. It's very logical. Chiu Lily looked at Lin Xiao and was stunned for a while. Chapter 722. The next day, The #1 expert of Sea City Base, Chief Wu, proposed to the female leader of Universal Base. All the higher-ups of Universal Base heard about this. So, Lin Xiao's office became lively early in the morning. Big sister, leader, I heard that Wu Qinghua proposed to you. Is this true? Lin Wenwen didn't even knock on the door before rushing in. Lin Xiao didn't even look up. She just focused on writing and drawing on the paper on the table. She customized this year's plan. She said as she wrote, yes. Lin Wenwen immediately came over, and Long Qingying followed behind her. However, she didn't come in, but her ears were stretched out. Why? So Leader Wu likes you? Or is he here to ask you to take responsibility? Lin Wenwen opened her eyes wide and asked excitedly. Lin Xiao raised her eyes and glared at her. What did you say? Didn't the original owner of this body force himself on him before? He must be here to ask you to take responsibility. Lin Wenwen said with a sneaky smile. Don't tell me you don't know about this. You've taken over her body, so of course you have to take over everything she did. Lin Xiao rolled her eyes at her and continued to focus on her work. Are you here to hold me back? If there's nothing else, get out. Can't you see I'm busy? Then tell me what you told him. Lin Wenwen could only pester her to ask one last thing. I told him I wouldn't agree. Is that okay? Is that okay? Can we go out now? Lin Xiao replied in a very displeased manner. Oh, that's it? Okay, I got it. Lin Wenwen turned and left her office. Not long after Lin Wenwen left, Yuan Tianxing came again. Why did he come to propose to you? Is it because of the original owner of this body forcing himself on you? Yuan Tianxing said as soon as he came in. How would I know why he came to propose to me? I want to know the answer too. Lin Xiao glanced at him and said lightly. Then what's your answer? You didn't promise him, did you? Yuan Tianxing stared at her anxiously. Do you think I'll agree to it? Lin Xiao's words meant that he was just asking out of curiosity. Yuan Tianxing was stunned for a moment before his expression relaxed slightly. She was startled. Not long after she confessed, someone came to propose to her. This was too much of a coincidence. Now that he saw Lin Xiao not agreeing, Yuan Tianxing suddenly felt a little better. Yes, there was a sense of schadenfreude that if he couldn't get it, others might not be able to either. Then I'll send someone to investigate his motives, Yuan Tianxing said. At the very least, he had to figure out why Wu Qinghua suddenly did this and what he was after. Lin Xiao nodded. I was just about to send someone over. Since you've asked, I'll leave it to you. After Yuan Tian left, Lu Jun came again. As he handed her the information about the cultivation base, he asked, why did he suddenly come to propose? Was it really because of that matter? After being raped by the original owner of this body, he came to you to take responsibility? But wasn't it a little too long? What's the meaning of only coming now? As soon as Lu Jun heard this, she felt that there was definitely something going on. She didn't believe that Wu Qinghua came to propose because he liked Lin Xiao. Why did he come at this time? I asked Yuan Tianxing to send someone to investigate his motives. Who knows what he's planning? Lin Xiao said as she took the information from the cultivation base and looked at it. The information listed the area of the various types of plants, the comparison with the harvest, and the area of the wasteland that was reclaimed, etc. After Lu Jun left, Lin Xiao finally got a moment of silence. But not long after, Wu Qinghua came again. Seeing Wu Qinghua sneak in with Wu Yueling, Lin Xiao placed an elbow on the table and supported half of his face with his palm. He looked at the father and daughter in silence. Your office is at the hotel. I thought you would set it at the middle school. Wu Qinghua pretended to look left and right as he said with a smile. It's more convenient here. Do you need something? Lin Xiao replied casually and asked him. Although the survivors of the base were moved to the school, the working place was still at the hotel. The meeting room, the living room, Lin Xiao, Qiu Lily, and Elmar Studio were all here. Only Yuan Tianxing and Lin Feng's offices were at the middle school. They would only come to the hotel when there was a meeting or when they needed to ask for instructions from the leader. Because there was a lot of zombie activity here, the higher-ups of the base would occasionally come over since it wasn't far. But there was a rule that no one was allowed to come over. I'm here to see if you need my help. Have you done the plan for this year? Wu Qinghua pulled Wu Yueling to sit on the sofa on the other side of the office, not near Lin Xiao's desk. No, thank you. It's just a small matter. I don't dare to bother the #1 expert of Haiqing. Lin Xiao declined indifferently. Really? Okay. You can do what you need to do. I'll just sit here. I won't disturb you. Wu Qingyue sat calmly, leaning against the sofa, and smiled at her naturally. Lin Xiao looked at him suspiciously, looking as if she was about to ask him to leave. Hey, don't ask me to leave. It's Ling Ling who wants to come and see you. Do you believe that if you ask us to leave now, she'll start crying? She might even get sick if she cries. Wu Qingyue immediately pushed Lin Xiao with his palm, looking as if he couldn't reject him. Lin Xiao lowered his gaze and looked at Wu Yueling. As expected, she was very cooperative and pursed her lips, looking like she would cry if he asked her to go out. Lin Xiao was speechless. In the end, she could only glare at him coldly and said, Do whatever you want, but please don't disturb me. Otherwise, I can leave Ling Ling here and kick you out. Okay, no problem. Wu Qingyue smiled like a fox, his eyes narrowing into slits. Lin Xiao saw his smirk and rolled his eyes in his mind. She didn't show it on her face, she just lowered her head to work. Wu Qingyue said he wouldn't disturb her, and he really didn't. He just sat there quietly, occasionally glancing at Lin Xiao, who was working hard. From time to time, he would secretly communicate with Wu Yueling with hand gestures or eyes. Duan Wan, who was at the door, was speechless. Not long after, everyone in the base knew that Leader Wu of Haiqing was chasing after their beautiful leader, wanting to marry her and make her Miss Ling Ling's mother. Then, they saw Leader Wu, who was chasing after the beauty, reveal his nature as a sticky candy. While their leader was working, Leader Wu would stick to her office. After work, he would look for her everywhere because their leader had hidden in the space. Wu Qingyue had no choice but to stick to Lin Xiao's office while she was working. He didn't say anything, nor did he cause trouble. He just looked at her quietly. This made everyone in the base think, Leader Wu of Haiqing is really free. Chapter 7:23. Not long after, all the major bases heard the news. All of them were surprised. What? Wu Qingyue proposed to the leader of the new base? Is the leader a woman? All the leaders of China were surprised to hear this news. Xikong Chen's expression was solemn as he said, This base is now known as the Universal Base. According to the intelligence gathered from Sea City, there are only about 3,000 people in the base. The walls hadn't even been built yet, and the leader was also very mysterious. But I did hear that it was a woman. Han Xiao said, Other than knowing that she is a woman, I don't know anything else. Moreover, we've lost contact with the first intelligence team that we sent to investigate the situation at this new base called Shengsheng. Now that the second team has just set off, I don't know if they'll be able to find anything. Can't you find out anything from Sea City? Xikong Chen turned to look at him. Han Xiao shook his head. None of the information I've gathered is useful. I did find out about 2 important people. Who is it? Before Xikong Chen could speak, Wei Haichao, who was next to him, spoke first. This new base was originally built by the survivors who escaped from Hades King's base. Their original leader, Lin Xiao's family, and Hades King's base's deputy leader, Yuan Tianxing, built the base together. Apart from the mysterious female leader, the current situation of this base was unknown. It was Yuan Tianxing and Lin Xiao's elder brother, Lin Feng. The 2 of them were mainly responsible for the important matters in the base. However, there is another person who joined the Universal Base from Haiqing. Although his ability is only at the 6th level, he is also in charge of some affairs in this new base. However, his position is not clear. Han Xiao looked at the information in his hand and scanned everyone as he replied. Yuan Tianxing is indeed quite capable. Lin Feng was originally helping Lin Xiao manage a portion of the Netherworld King's base. It was understandable that the 2 of them could slowly set up this new base. However, their base was located in the zombie city. Why did they choose such a dangerous place to build their base? This was no longer important. What was important was how they built their base. With just 3,000 people, it would be very difficult for them to settle down in a city full of zombies. Furthermore, there aren't many adepts among them. Sikong Chen leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He frowned in confusion. I also want to know the answer to this question. Han Xiao nodded and continued. We'll know when we get all the information about this base. Keep an eye on that female leader. A woman that Wu Qingyue wants to marry, and a leader at that. Looks like she's not simple, Wei Haichao said with interest. Why? Are you interested in this female leader? Han Xiao glanced at Wei Haichao and asked with a smile. I'm curious. Wu Qingyue had never been interested in women, but he suddenly said that he wanted to marry a woman. He said he was going to marry her. He wasn't joking. He had never seen him interact much with this mysterious female leader before. Is there a purpose that others don't know about? Wei Haichao was still curious. I agree with Haichao. Wu Qingyue wouldn't marry a woman for no reason. If there's nothing wrong with this woman, then Wu Qingyue must have some ulterior motives. Sikong Chen nodded. All right, there's news from the Black Dragon base. A few important people from the base were assassinated. Moreover, these people were not weak. All of them had rank 5 to rank 6 abilities. This time, the Black Dragon base's strength dropped by 3 levels. Han Xiao revealed another piece of information. Black Dragon base? Did they offend someone? What kind of people died? Sikong Chen paused for a moment and asked curiously. The 2 rank 6 arcanists are the deputy leaders, while the rest are rank 5 arcanists. These people didn't have any connection with each other. The only connection was that they benefited from Mo Yan's incident a few years ago. During the zombie wave, most of the people who had eaten Mo Yan's flesh died. However, there were a few who were lucky enough to escape. Because they had eaten Mo Yan's flesh, their abilities seemed to be leveling up smoothly. This was because their leader was also one of the people who had eaten Mo Yan's flesh. Han Xiao said while looking at the information in his hand. Unfortunately, Mo Yan died. Otherwise, his value would be the same as Makui's. Maybe we could research something useful to the zombies. Speaking of Mo Yan, Lu Jinan and Hu Zhiyong immediately became interested. Yes, it would be great if he didn't die. Hu Zhiyong nodded in agreement. Most of the people present knew that there were indeed some survivors of Mo Yan's flesh and blood that benefited from the incident a few years ago in the Black Dragon base. Therefore, their abilities leveled up faster than ordinary people. For example, Gao Haoyun and the other leader Du Kuanxing, as well as the vice leaders, were all people who had eaten Mo Yan's flesh. Moreover, among the vice leaders of the Black Dragon base, there was someone who had just broken through to rank 7. This Gao Haoyun, I felt that there was something wrong with his aura. I think he was suppressing his aura, so that we wouldn't find out that he had broken through to rank 8. Sikong Chen frowned slightly and said as if he suddenly thought of something. What? He already broke through? That's normal. Although there weren't many survivors in the Black Dragon base, their overall strength wasn't low. The leader's abilities all leveled up very quickly. If it wasn't for us suppressing them with our numbers, I think they would have already attacked our base. Wei Haichao nodded and said, That's right, Leader C. Back then, you also came from the Black Dragon base. Don't tell me you also ate Mo Yan's flesh? At this time, Lu Jinan suddenly turned his head and looked at Sikong Chen with a strange expression. As soon as he asked this, everyone immediately looked at him. Sikong Chen's eyes unconsciously froze for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. He shook his head and said, I wasn't that lucky. Is that so? That's a pity. I wanted to ask if Mo Yan's flesh tasted good. After all, it was Tang Seng's flesh. Lu Jinan smiled strangely and joked. Sikong Chen acted as if nothing had happened and denied it, but only he knew in his heart. Meat, of course, he had eaten it. However, he wouldn't let anyone else know about it. In Sikong Chen's heart, he thought that only he knew about it. However, he didn't know that Mo Yan, who was in the Black Dragon base, could feel the connection between their aura and Mo Yan's body. Hearing Lu Jinan's joke, everyone laughed and looked at the expressionless Sikong Chen. Chapter 724. At the same time, in the Black Dragon base, Gao Haoyun had gathered the other leaders and vice leaders, as well as other top management members to hold a meeting. Gao Haoyun's tough face was as dark as water. His pair of sharp eyes were flickering with a dark light. The people who died were all related to that incident a few years ago, and the killer's method of killing was very strange. If I didn't see that person die with my own eyes, I would have thought that he came back for revenge. He took a deep breath and said, "Impossible. He's dead. Even if he resurrected, he would only become a zombie. After becoming a zombie, he wouldn't remember what happened when he was alive. How could he come back for revenge? Moreover, he only came back after 3 to 4 years." The one who spoke was the only one among the vice leaders who had broken through to rank 7. What Gao Haoyan meant by the strange method of killing was that when these people died, there were a few common characteristics. These corpses were all tied up, their mouths were torn, their throats were ripped open, and even their stomachs were dug out and thrown to the side. Finally, the energy cores in their skulls were emptied, and their faces were twisted in pain and fear. It was as if they were frightened and tortured to death, and their expressions were stiff. From this, it was easy to determine that these people were tortured to death while they were still alive. In this post-apocalyptic world, if you didn't kill with a gun, you would use your ability to attack. This kind of cruel method of torturing people to death, it was obvious that there was too much vengeance involved. So, who would hate them so much? Did they want to be tortured to death like this? According to Gao Haoyun's investigation, there was no connection between these people. They either didn't know each other, or they only knew each other's name. But there was no connection between them. But if there was no connection, then there was another connection. That was, they had all eaten Mo Yan's flesh from 4 years ago and absorbed his energy. They had also cleansed their abilities and physiques. So, if one were to think about it according to this clue, then the deaths of these people were related to Mo Yan. But Mo Yan was dead, and the brother who was his best friend had become the enemy who betrayed him. Apart from this, there was no one else who had a good relationship with him. So the question was, who was it that came to avenge him? Who was it? How dare you come to our Black Dragon base and kill so many people? If I catch him, I'll hang him on the city wall and let him suffer the pain of the cold wind cutting his bones. I'll let the cold northeast wind turn him into a popsicle. The other leader, Du Kuansheng, lowered his head slightly and stared at the information on the table while gnashing his teeth. Gao Haoyun's personality was more straightforward, but this handsome Du Kuansheng was much younger than Gao Haoyun. His temperament was much darker than Gao Haoyun's. Let's figure out who he is first. If we want to punish him, we'll have to catch him first. Gao Haoyun glanced at him indifferently. Du Kuansheng didn't refute him. He just let out a dissatisfied snort. At this moment, one of the deputy chiefs said, after some deliberation, "There's news about Sea City's leader, Wu Qingyue. I don't know if you're interested." Gao Haoyun glanced at him, but did not say anything. However, Du Kuansheng's interest was piqued. He looked at the deputy leader and asked curiously, "Is it about Wu Qingyue? What news is it?" The deputy leader looked at the information in his hands and looked at Gao Haoyun's expression before saying, "A few days ago, Wu Qingyue proposed to his new neighbor, the female leader of the new base." Proposed? Du Kuansheng's face was full of surprise, and then it turned into a curious expression. Gao Haoyun's face was expressionless, and no one knew what he was thinking. The deputy leader nodded and said, "Yes, during the new year. I don't know what the purpose of this is. Although he did have some interactions with this new leader before, it's just that he cooperated with Wu Qingyue in the beginning and asked for some help. The survivors in this base all escaped from Hades' base. The deputy leader is still Yuan Tianxing, but the rest of the management is from the Lin family. I heard that the leader of this new base is a woman, but I don't know what she looks like. Since this Wu Qingyue was willing to help this new base from the beginning, it seems like it's not just a simple cooperation. According to what you said, the two of them might have some kind of secret relationship." Du Kuansheng's eyes lit up. In his mind, he had already imagined Wu Qingyue and the female leader of the new base acting out a scene. And then the female leader wanted to build a base. And Wu Qingyue immediately helped out, but it should be with conditions. At this time, Gao Haoyun suddenly asked, "This base, until now, we still haven't figured out their background?" There's not much information from Haiqing. We only know that this new base is called Universal Base, and its location seems to be in the center of Hangzhou City. The residents are survivors who escaped from Hades base, and the majority of these people are from the Lin family. The deputy leader replied to Gao Haoyun. This Lin family? Is it Lin Xiao's family? Du Quinxing asked. That's right, it's the family of the previous leader of Hades base, Lin Xiao. Other than Lin Xiao, his family is all living in this base. The deputy leader looked at Du Quinxing and nodded, then turned to Gao Haoyun and said, This is the only information from Haiqing. We didn't find anything else. Yeah. Then what about Wu Qingyue and the female leader? You didn't find anything? Didn't they say that Wu Qingyue isn't interested in women? He's simply a daughter complex. I thought he was going to play with her. I didn't think that a strange female leader would appear. Du Quinxing had a strange expression on his face. The deputy leader shook his head and said, We didn't find anything, and we didn't find any information about the female leader. As for matters regarding Wu Qingyue, there was an incident that happened last year. At this point, he paused for a moment before continuing with an interested look in his eyes. That matter is a dark history for Wu Qingyue himself. There were two very beautiful women in Haiqing base, but now one is dead, and the other is in a vegetative state. And Wu Qingyue's dark history was caused by that dead woman. Oh, tell me quickly. Tell me quickly. Don't stop here. When Du Quinxing heard that there was a beautiful woman and Wu Qingyue's dark history, his appetite was immediately aroused. Her curiosity was immediately piqued again, and she couldn't wait to continue asking. At this time, Gao Haoyun also looked at the deputy leader. Obviously, he wasn't as interested in Wu Qingyue's dark history as before. His history is that he was raped by this woman who is already dead. And that's right, it's what you're thinking, the deputy leader said with a smile. Chapter 7:25. No way. Is it really that kind of thing? Wu Qingyue was also raped by someone? Ha 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 ha. Who is that woman? That's amazing. When Du Quinxing heard this, he laughed as if he had heard something particularly funny. Gao Haoyun, who was expressionless, imagined Wu Qingyue being pressed down by a woman, and his expression became indescribable. Oh, this woman is quite famous. She's an ordinary person without any abilities, but she's still doing well. She relied on her beautiful face and sexy body to find a lot of men to back her up. The deputy leader said and continued, And this woman's nature isn't a good person. She relied on Yang Chao, one of the original leaders of Sea City, and did a lot of hateful things in the base. Later, Yang Chao thought it was troublesome, so he used a method to kill her. I didn't expect this woman to rape Wu Qingyue before she died. Of course, when this woman took a liking to Wu Qingyue, Yang Chao also added fuel to the fire. So Yang Chao also died. Du Quinxing squinted his eyes and said, That woman died less than half a day after she raped Wu Qingyue. So she's a dissolute female ghost after she died. Oh no, it's the end of the world now. Even if she wanted to change, she would become a dissolute female zombie. Meng Yuxuan, the level 7 deputy leader, said with a smile, Okay, now that the gossip is over, then you guys have to be careful. Meng Yuxuan, you've also eaten meat before. Maybe the next one will be you. Be more vigilant. Gao Haoyun pointed at the table in front of him and said, Seems like I don't have to worry anymore. Du Quinxing laughed, because he didn't eat that person's meat. You're thinking too much. Maybe the other party didn't do it for this reason. Gao Haoyun stood up, glanced at him indifferently, and then walked out of the conference room. Blame me. Blame me for not eating meat before? Du Quinxing looked at Meng Yuxuan in confusion after being glanced at by Gao Haoyun, then shrugged and said. At this time, Wu Qingyue continued to stick to Lin Xiao's base and strolled outside her office and conference room every day. When Lin Xiao was in a meeting, he stood outside the door and stared at Duan Wan, who was acting as the door guard. When Xiao Lin was working in the office, he sat on the sofa with Lingling in his arms and drank tea. Where is your leader now? Xiao Liqing asked Duan Wan, who happened to pass by, with a certain piece of information in his hand. What? Why are you looking for our leader? Duan Wan looked at him strangely and said, Shouldn't you be looking for your leader? Xiao Liqing nodded and said, Yes, based on the current development, wherever your leader is, he will be. That's why I asked where your leader is. Duan Wan looked up at him speechlessly. Xiao Liqing sighed. Don't look at me like that. I don't want to either. But I can't stop him from chasing his wife. In order to make it easier for me to get a wife in the future, I'd better not cause trouble for him. Your leader doesn't really like our leader. It would be weird if he could chase her like this. Duan Wan rolled her eyes at him and turned to leave. Hey, you still haven't told me where they are. Xiao Liqing hurriedly shouted at her back. Go look for it yourself, Duan Wan shouted without turning her head back as she walked. Yes, I did. Xiao Liqing was speechless as he chased after him. He had searched every office and conference room in the hotel, but he couldn't find anyone. So, he asked someone to ask. Sweet Potato Field. Duan Wan, who had walked far away, threw a sentence over. Oh. Only then did Xiao Liqing respond. He left the hotel, found a car, and drove toward Mount Wu. When he arrived at the cultivation base, he saw an empty space next to the sweet potato field. In the entire empty space, only his leader was digging and loosening the soil. The leader of the Universal Life Base was digging sweet potatoes with their little princess. And these two fields were surrounded by a group of zombies of different levels, ranging from level 3 to level 7. When they saw Xiao Liqing driving over, they began to stare at him from afar. After Xiao Liqing stopped the car, a figure quietly approached his car curiously. But the figure seemed to be a little afraid of Xiao Liqing, so he ran around him to the back of the car and touched the battlefield SUV in front of him. Xiao Liqing turned his head and looked at the other person strangely and saw that the other person's eyes were very pure and curious. There didn't seem to be any threat, so he left it alone. He turned and walked over to Wu Qingyue, who was shaking the hoe and sweating profusely. She told you to dig here? You seem to be very happy digging. Xiao Liqing walked to Wu Qingyue's side and looked at him with a strange expression. Wu Qingyue finished digging the hoe in his hand and stopped. He leaned against the hoe with his elbow and wiped the sweat on his forehead while looking at Xiao Liqing. She thinks I'm too annoying, he said with a smile. You are annoying to begin with. Xiao Liqing looked at the silly smugness in his smile and rolled his eyes in disdain. Didn't she ask him to do something because she thought he was annoying? It's not like she accepted you. So what are you so proud of? What is it? Wu Qingyue looked at the big and small person squatting in the pile of sweet potato leaves and asked, I received some news. Your proposal to Miss Liu has successfully attracted the attention of the leaders of the major bases. Xiao Liqing stood next to him and looked in the direction of Lin Xiao. I expected this. He didn't hide this matter, so it was normal for the people of other bases to receive the news. Won't this bring some trouble to her? How are you going to deal with it? Xiao Liqing turned his head and asked. Wu Qingyue's proposal attracted the attention of other bases, and they will definitely strengthen the investigation of Miss Liu's identity and background. Wouldn't that expose the secret of the army behind her? No, because soon they will be distracted by another matter. Didn't you receive the news from the Black Dragon base? Wu Qingyue smiled calmly. You know? Xiao Liqing looked at him with some surprise. I just guessed that there was this possibility, but I don't know what happened in reality. Wu Qingyue looked at Wu Yueling with a smile. He saw that she was happy because she had successfully dug out a sweet potato. He continued to ask, so now something has happened at the Black Dragon base? Xiao Liqing nodded. 2 deputy leaders and several level 5 psychics died inexplicably, and they all died very miserably. He was tortured to death by someone, and we don't know whether the murderer was a human or a ghost. Chapter 726. Of course it's going to be miserable. A certain zombie had its flesh cut off piece by piece before it died. If it was you, would you let it die comfortably? Wu Qingyue said as he turned his head to look at Xiao Liqing. Xiao Liqing was silent for a few seconds, then shook his head. Then he frowned as if he thought of something. You mean, Mo Yin? Wu Qingyue knew that Mo Yin was the Mo Yin that was locked up to eat meat, but he didn't tell Xiao Liqing about it. When Xiao Liqing heard that Mo Yin was cut off piece by piece, he thought of the incident that happened a few years ago. And it happened in the northeast, so it wasn't hard to figure out the answer. Yeah. Otherwise, which Mo Yin would it be? Wu Qinghua nodded. Then he picked up the hoe and started digging again. So, he's going to take revenge. Then we have to destroy the Black Dragon base. Most of those who have improved their abilities the fastest are the ones who ate human flesh back then. Xiao Liqing finally understood what Wu Qingyuan meant. With Mo Yin around, the commotion he caused in the northeast would be even more eye-catching. It would definitely attract more attention than his leader's proposal. That's not all. Other than the Black Dragon base, there are still some scattered in China. There were also some scattered in China. Although there weren't many of them, if Mo Yin killed all of them, then those in China would be afraid. When they're afraid, they'll unconsciously give themselves away, Wu Qinghua said while panting from time to time as he worked on the farm. If one had the intention to investigate, one would naturally discover these clues. That's true, but China is so big. Would they be worried about a mere Mo Yin? Even if it's the zombie king, China's leaders and board members are not to be trifled with. Moreover, the military weapons in their base are also very powerful. Xiao Liqing rubbed his chin and looked straight ahead at a certain spot on the ground diagonally below him, and said with a thoughtful expression, China doesn't have to worry about Mo Yin, but there is one person that we need to be careful of. Who told him to eat other people's flesh? How could Sanzang's flesh be that delicious? It's poisonous. Wu Qinghua laughed and threw the hoe into the ground again. Who? Xiao Liqing immediately looked up. Xikong Chun. He came to China from the northeast. Otherwise, why do you think his ability rose so quickly? Wu Qinghua said. So, after the zombie emperor finishes dealing with the Black Dragon base, the next target will be China? Xiao Liqing asked. Who knows? You're so sure that the zombie emperor will win? Wu Qinghua smiled as he glanced at him. Xiao Liqing raised his eyebrows and said, a zombie emperor, 5 level 2 kings, and a few level 1 kings. Perhaps he took in other subordinates on his way north. With such a strong zombie army, even if they openly went against the entire Black Dragon base, the chances of victory were still very high. What's more, he was the zombie emperor. He could definitely make the Black Dragon base experience a second wave of zombies. Let's see how he plays. That's right. You said that only a few vice chiefs and rank 5 metahumans died inexplicably. Then he should be preparing to carry out an assassination first. That might attract a corpse tide, Wu Qinghua said. Xiao Liqing nodded and suddenly looked at Lin Xiao. I wonder if Miss Lu has received the news. Should we tell her? Wu Qinghua smiled and shook his head. She heard it all? Lin Xiao did indeed hear it, but she did not show it. After Xiao Liqing finished speaking, he turned around and walked onto the road. Just now, he saw a zombie circling around his car. Now that it appeared, the female zombie immediately hid on the other side of the car. What are you doing? Xiao Liqing walked up and asked, but he felt that something was wrong. He then looked at the female zombie hiding behind the car and asked, Can you understand what I'm saying? After asking, he looked at the female zombie, who still had a blank look on her face, and sighed. This guy's level was very low. He was the lowest here, not even level 3. Miss Lu would keep such a low-level zombie by her side. Could this guy have some special relationship with Miss Lu? Xiao Liqing curiously guessed. But he didn't know that the low-level Xiao Xiao in front of him just wanted to follow Lin Xiao. And Lin Xiao saw that she was the first zombie with a subordinate attribute, so he kept her by his side. Looking at her ignorant and timid look, Lin Xiao felt that his rabbit was braver than her. Just when Xiao Liqing thought that the female zombie did not understand human language, he saw her carefully moving along the car. The 2 dark zombies' eyes were filled with strong curiosity. Xiao Liqing saw this kind of small animal-like zombie for the first time. He really wanted to yell at her. You are a zombie. Pay attention to your image, okay? But why did he feel that it was a little cute? Xiao Xiao carefully moved closer and saw that Xiao Liqing was standing still and did not seem to be doing anything. So she grew a little bolder and drew nearer to him. Xiao Liqing quietly looked at her slowly moving closer, and even stuck out her nose to sniff left and right. Then he saw the female zombie's face had a trace of an intoxicated expression, and she moved a few steps closer. You are so close. Don't tell me you want to bite me. Xiao Liqing suddenly said when she moved closer to him. But as soon as he opened his mouth, the female zombie's expression suddenly froze. She looked up at him blankly, then turned around abruptly and ran away. Xiao Liqing looked at the female zombie, who ran very fast, and ran along the small path at the edge of the vegetable field to hide in the cabin. How scary was he? Xiao Liqing silently thought, then shook his head, turned around, opened the door, and drove away. As he drove, he thought to himself, did the female zombie understand what I said? Or did she not understand? But looking at her reaction, she seemed to understand. Lin Xiao, who was in the ground, also noticed this scene. She knew that Xiao Xiao could actually understand human language, but it was limited to simple meanings. If it was said too much or too profound, she would not understand. As for Xiao Xiao's action of moving closer, it was actually because she was attracted by the human fragrance on Xiao Liqing's body. When she was tempted by the fragrance, she was startled by Xiao Liqing, who suddenly spoke and then turned around and ran away. Well, she was indeed very timid. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao was already helpless. As a zombie, was it really good to be so timid? Chapter 7:27. You've been here for so many days. Don't you need to go back and deal with things? Lin Xiao brought Wu Yueling to a place not far from Wu Qingyue and asked him. Wu Qingyue clearly felt the annoyance in Lin Xiao's words. He didn't know how many times she wanted to drive him away. Okay, I got it. You just don't want to see me right now. Okay, I'll go back first. Wu Qingyue looked at her with a funny smile. If you know, then why don't you go back? Lin Xiao rolled her eyes in her heart and looked at him expressionlessly. Indeed, Wu Qingyue left just like that. That afternoon, he left the base with his people. But why didn't your dad take you with him? Lin Xiao, who was sitting in front of the desk, looked at the little one sitting on the sofa and asked blankly. Dad said he was very busy when he went back and asked me to play with Zombie Mama. The little one looked up at her and said in her heart, I'm not busy when he's busy. Also, don't call me that, okay? Lin Xiao looked at her helplessly and then said, Why is he so assured that you are here with me? He clearly wanted to kill me last year. Was he treating her as a free babysitter now? But Dad said to call you that. I listened to Dad. Wu Yueling looked at Lin Xiao blankly. You listen to him, but you don't listen to me. Then why are you still following me? Lin Xiao looked at her. Wu Yueling looked at her in confusion. Lingling is obedient. Lingling listens to Dad. But if she doesn't call her Zombie Mama, then what should she call her? Call her Annie Lu. Don't add the word zombie. Lin Xiao corrected her. Wu Yueling looked at her with her big eyes, confused and hesitant. At this time, someone knocked on the door and opened it. Lin Xiao looked up and saw Duan Wan open the door, but she made way for them. The two little people stood at the door and poked their heads in. After calling Lin Xiao aunt in a low voice, they immediately looked at Wu Yueling. Okay, your sister Xiaolu is here to play with you. Lingling, go out and play with them. Lin Xiao nodded at Lin Xiaolu and said to Wu Yueling. Wu Yueling turned to look at the door and saw Lin Xiaolu waving at her. She then looked at Lin Xiao, who nodded. She slid down from the sofa and walked towards the door. Seeing her come over, Lin Xiaolu carried the hidden rabbit out. When Wu Yueling saw the chubby gray rabbit, her eyes immediately lit up. Seeing Wu Yueling leave happily, Lin Xiao then looked at the work in his hands. Her current work was still focused on planting. A large piece of land in Wushan had already been loosened up. The first batch of plants in the space had also matured. Lu Qianni had also cultivated the second batch of seedlings, indicating that they could be planted outside. Looking at the seedling list, there were rice, wheat, cucumbers, tomatoes, eggplants, beans, and so on. They were divided into two parts. The staple rice and wheat were planted on the other side, melons and vegetables were planted on the other side. On the other side, Xiedong had also brought back news from the Black Dragon base. Mo Yin seemed to hate them very much. Every time they died, their mouths would be ripped open and their stomachs would be dug out. Finally, their throats would be ripped open. And these people wanted to die, but couldn't. Because Mo Yin had a level 5 female zombie with him. She was a healer. With her, those people wouldn't die too quickly. Of course he would hate. If you were locked up for a year and had a piece of your flesh cut off, you couldn't die even if you wanted to, and you had to endure the pain of your wound every day. Do you hate him? Lin Xiao looked at the information and said indifferently, without raising her head. Then she looked at Xie Dong strangely. Huh? That female zombie is a healer? No wonder Mo Yin always kept her by his side. Her ability is effective on humans. But what about zombies? Xie Dong nodded expressionlessly, pointed at the paper in her hand, and asked her to turn to the next page. Lin Xiao flipped the first page up, and the second page was the information of the female zombie. Xie Dong didn't dare to get close to Mo Yan's group of zombie kings, so he could only follow behind them to find out the information they left behind. There was a case written on the paper. One of Mo Yan's subordinates, a level 6 zombie king, was injured by the leader of the Black Dragon base and recovered after one night. It seemed like the female zombie's ability was also effective on zombies. There was also a bunch of other zombies' information attached at the back. This was the task that Lin Xiao gave to Xie Dong after Mo Yin left. I have to find a way to make you speak. It's really inconvenient for you to be like this. Lin Xiao suddenly looked up at him and sighed helplessly. I think with my ability to control the lake water, I should be able to repair your throat. Do you want to try? If it was successful, she would be able to restore Lu Tianyi and Shun Yuzhen's voices, even though they looked no different from normal people. This way, it would be easier for them to do things in the future. Xie Dong's eyes lit up when he heard that he could speak. He nodded without hesitation. All right then, get ready and come find me the day after tomorrow. I'll arrange for Lu Jun and the others to plant the seedlings. Lin Xiao nodded. Xie Dong nodded and left. Lin Xiao looked at the list of people from the Black Dragon base and the list of people who had died. Her eyes settled on the two leaders, and then she put away the information. After the seedlings were successfully planted, Xie Dong came the next day. Lin Xiao went to the bottom of the lake and gathered all the energy in her hands, waiting for Xie Dong to take off his clothes. This wasn't the first time, so Xie Dong didn't go down as awkwardly. After reaching the bottom of the lake, Lin Xiao didn't go near Xie Dong, but instead controlled the energy to change from a few meters away. This was because Xie Dong couldn't get close to the energy. The compressed energy became more pressurized. A few tentacles as thick as an arm came out from the energy and moved towards Xie Dong, then wrapped around him like a human cocoon. It was just like little man's control. Because the energy tentacles were only in the form of tentacles, there was some distance between them and the energy. Therefore, Xie Dong didn't feel any pressure, and Lin Xiao could control the energy to repair Xie Dong's throat. This was the first time Lin Xiao had controlled energy to repair someone. Previously, she had only controlled the energy to filter the energy from the outside world, which was much simpler. 3 hours later, Lin Xiao felt that Xie Dong's throat structure had been repaired, so she removed the energy tentacles. Then, she used one of them to push Xie Dong to the surface of the lake. When Xie Dong came out of the water, he immediately woke up. Then, he realized that Lin Xiao's repair treatment was over, so he immediately swam towards the lake. Chapter 7:28. Lin Xiao waited for him to reach the shore, then released the condensed energy and followed him. Xie Dong had already put on his clothes and was waiting a few meters away from the shore. He saw Lin Xiao coming out of the water with a cloud of black smoke. After she put on her clothes, the black smoke drilled into her palm. How is it? Can you speak now? Lin Xiao walked over after tidying up her clothes and asked Xie Dong, who had turned his back to avoid eye contact. Xie Dong turned around, looked at Lin Xiao, and opened his mouth. His throat moved. Yes. His voice was rough and hoarse, not like a normal person's voice. But the words were clear, so it was no problem for him to speak. Congratulations. Lin Xiao nodded to him with a smile. No, thank you, leader. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would have become a mindless zombie. I would have either eaten people or been hunted down. Xie Dong suddenly knelt down in front of Lin Xiao and said with his head down. His hoarse and deep voice clearly revealed his deep gratitude. What are you doing? Stand up. Why are you kneeling? Lin Xiao quickly moved 2 steps to the side and looked down at him in surprise. No, my second life was given to me by you. If there's anything in the future, please let me do it for you no matter what it is. Please let me stay by your side. After saying this, Xie Dong slowly stood up. He looked at her with a firm gaze. Lin Xiao looked at him speechlessly and said, Haven't you been helping me? All right, you don't have to do these troublesome things with me. If you want to stay, then stay. If you want to leave, just tell me. Now it's all good, as long as you can speak. Then I could try to help others. The next day, Lin Xiao left the base with a group of zombies. They went to collect energy nuclei. This time, Elmar stayed in the base. Lin Xiao took Xie Dong, Lu Tianyi, Shen Yuzhen, and the others, as well as half of the zombies in the space. The other half was left for Lu Jun to look after the plantation. He was heading in the direction of the West Lake District. If he wanted to look for mutated plants, he would have to find them. If they wanted to find mutant plants, there would be a lot of lakes or forest parks in the West Lake District. Driving a military off-road vehicle, Lin Xiao brought a group of zombies to West Lake District. She hadn't forgotten that there was still a large number of zombies she had brought back here. Now the entire West Lake District and the Uptown District were filled with zombies. She first arrived at the place where the zombies gathered. Standing on the roof of the high-rise building, Lin Xiao just whistled. The zombies below started to gather towards their location. Not long after, the streets below were filled with low-level zombies. Xie Dong and Qiu Lili, who were standing beside Lin Xiao, scanned the zombies below. There are quite a lot of them leveling up. Right now, there are probably more than 300 level 2 and level 3 monsters here. There are still a few level 4 monsters. Qiu Lili looked down at the slow-moving ordinary zombies and the level 2 and level 3 zombies that were climbing or leaping onto the surrounding high ground. After a rough count, there were about 200 of them. Xie Dong counted silently. He took out his notebook and looked at it while recording it down. It's about time. It wasn't that long to begin with. It's normal for so many to come out. Lin Xiao said lightly. She leaped down from a relatively spacious building with a relatively empty roof. She left a message for them. Call them up and feed them the medicine. Qiu Lili, Xie Dong, Jing Yin, Ah Song, and Ah Chong immediately jumped down towards the level 2 and level 3 zombies. Not long after, they gathered the zombies and brought them to the roof where Lin Xiao was. About 200 level 2 and level 3 zombies were crowded together on the roof. Stand there and don't move. Xie Dong was the first one who didn't like the messy group. He shouted with a hoarse voice. However, the zombies didn't respond very quickly to his command. The level 3 zombies were fine, but the level 2 zombies were confused. Qiu Lili brought more than a dozen level 4 zombies and asked them to stand on the side. Stand here and form 2 lines, Qiu Lili said. However, after becoming zombies, they didn't know what lining up meant. They were all confused. On the other side, Xie Dong pulled them one by one, making them line up in a simple line. Then he went over to Qiu Lili's side and pulled the level 4 zombies one by one to their positions. Remember your positions. From now on, line up like this, Qiu Lili said to the zombies. Lin Xiao took out her virus medicine from the space and gave it to Xie Dong. She asked him to take Jing Yin and the others to feed the zombies. She turned her head and looked at the zombies that were gathering. There were so many of them that she couldn't see any open space between the buildings. They were all filled with zombies. Some of the higher-level zombies that came later climbed to the roof of the building and even the top of the tree. Lin Xiao purposely gathered these zombies here and left them alone. He wanted them to level up and break through by themselves. Of course, this process was bloody and cruel, but it was the law of nature. After using one night to modify the newly leveled zombies, they were all put into the space. Lin Xiao brought the team to their first target at dawn the next day. Wu Chunyue and Haicheng immediately got the news when Lin Xiao left the base. He smiled and said, "Looks like she's going to collect energy cores and expand the zombie army. The density of zombies in the West Lake District is so high, there must be a lot of zombies breaking through. When they reach level 3 or 4, they will become part of her power. With this army, the thousands of people in her base won't have to worry about anything. Xiao Liqing stood on the floor in front of Wu Qingyue's desk and said, "With her there, as long as those people don't court death, they won't have to worry about anything. Also, isn't the second batch of Hades survivors already on the way? How many people did they lose?" Wu Qingyue's smiling eyes flashed a warm color as he asked. "They started half a month ago. Along the way, about 150 people died for various reasons." Xiao Liqing flipped through the book in his hand and said, the various reasons he was talking about, of course, other than natural disasters, there were also man-made reasons. Many of them were treated as eliminated. They were either pushed out to block the zombies or were left in the zombie horde. Apart from this, there's also news from the Earth Dragon base. It seems that there are people who want to escape and seek refuge with the Universal Life base. Xiao Liqing said, the news of the new Universal Life base had already spread to all the major bases. Even if they weren't very clear about it, they at least knew about it. They also confirmed that it was true and not a rumor. Earth Dragon base? And almost. Now that Hidden Cloud City has fallen, there are so many survivors with no one to care about. Also, the resources of the Earth Dragon base have long been drained by Hidden Cloud City. If the people of the Earth Dragon base don't find another way out, then they will starve to death, or die of illness, or freeze to death. Wu Qingyue thought about it and understood what was going on. Then why are they rushing over? Aren't they afraid of the survivors of the Hades King's base, tearing them apart? Xiao Liqing said with a strange expression. In front of starving to death, perhaps they would rather bow down and lick the ground. Also, the new base also has a new rule. If they join, they can't kill people on the surface. At least on the surface, they can still be protected. As for secretly, it's hard to say. Wu Qingyue said indifferently. Chapter 729. Plus, I think the people from Songyan are going to have to leave soon after Skyfire takes their resources. They're going to have to find another base to rely on. Earth Dragon is out of the question. On one side is the new base in East China, and on the other is the Chinese base in North China. If it were you, which one would you choose? Wu Qingyue leaned back in his chair, one hand resting on the table as he smiled at Xiao Liqing. If you want to enter the Chinese base, you'll have to hand over corpse cores, energy points, or something of equal value. But these people didn't bring much with them from Songyun City. I think most of them will choose the universal base since they don't have to pay rent. Xiao Liqing lowered his head in thought, then looked up again. Looks like it'll be a busy year, isn't it? The walls aren't even finished yet. But at least there aren't that many people in the base. The area the zombie girl circled out has a lot of empty buildings, and there's a lot of school buildings around the school as well. We don't have to worry about rooms. But even if Yuan Tianxing takes care of it, it'll be more than enough for her to go through. Wu Qingyue said. The leader didn't have to personally handle the arrangements for the new arrivals, but he had to look over their basic information and where they lived. Aren't we going to bring Miss Lingling back? Xiao Liqing asked. No. She has friends to play with. She's always alone when she comes back with me. Let her play there. Wu Qingyue shook his head. That's true. She can play with the girl from Lin Feng's family and Lu Jun's kid. That's the first friend she's made. Xiao Liqing sighed. Children were at an innocent age, and having friends to play with would help them develop a lively and cheerful personality. For a child with autism, it would be a great help. I think, for the sake of Miss Lingling's condition, you should marry Miss Lu. But from what I see between the two of you, I think, why don't you just marry her yourself? This way, there might be a higher chance. After saying this, Xiao Liqing turned around and walked out. What the hell? Do you want me to be your boss? Wu Qingyue scolded him with a smile. Otherwise, you can slowly endure it. Let's see how long you can last. Xiao Liqing looked back at him, opened the door, and left. Wu Qingyue touched his chin and thought about it. Looking at the female zombie's attitude, even if he threw himself at her, she wouldn't want him. Even if I want to marry, she might not marry me, he murmured. On the other side, after Lin Xiao took in a new batch of zombies, he followed his senses and headed toward the forest by West Lake. The plants after the end of the world are really scary. Qiu Lily sighed as she looked at the forest that had become so big that it covered the sky. You're surprised now. In another 10 or 20 years, you'll see what these flowers, plants, and trees look like. After Lin Xiao stopped the car at the end of the road beside the forest, he led Xie Dong into the bushes. Qiu Lily was still floating high above the treetop. The white figure was flying around the treetop. As Lin Xiao walked forward, he opened a path with his claws and black fire. Xie Dong, who was next to him, didn't dare to use his ability to open a path. He was afraid that he would accidentally set the forest on fire. He held a military knife in his hand and chopped the vines while observing the surrounding trees. Just like that, the group of people opened a path and walked inside. After walking for an hour, they could clearly feel the fluctuations of energy. "We're almost there. You guys stay outside and guard. I'll go in and deal with that thing." Lin Xiao clenched his right fist and raised it to his shoulder to stop the people behind him from talking. Xie Dong and the others also felt a restless aura. When they heard Lin Xiao's words, they all stopped. He knew that Lin Xiao didn't ask them to stop because he was afraid that there was something outside causing trouble. It was because he didn't want them to get close to avoid alerting the enemy. Lin Xiao restrained her aura and walked inside. This time, the aura wasn't very strong, but Lin Xiao could smell a strange aura in it, and it also had a trace of danger. Knowing that the current mutant plants had become monsters, Lin Xiao was very vigilant every time. She slowly moved towards the direction of the energy aura. The surrounding trees were very dense, so Lin Xiao could only jump on a branch and move forward. When she reached the place, she saw that there was a big mushroom in the middle of an open space with a radius of 300 to 400 square meters. The color of the mushroom's umbrella was very dazzling and beautiful. Red, purple, blue, and yellow were painted with beautiful patterns. The entire mushroom umbrella was the size of a normal umbrella, and the straight pole in the middle was as thick as an adult's thigh. The big mushroom was about 2 meters tall, and it gave people a strange feeling. Although the color was very beautiful, people who knew about mushrooms would know that colorful mushrooms were usually poisonous. At the tip of the umbrella, there was a small brown lump of material. Lin Xiao could see that there was an energy cluster 10 centimeters below the tip of the umbrella. This was the place where the energy core of the mutant mushroom was located. Even though she was standing 200 to 300 meters away from the mushroom, Lin Xiao could smell a stench that was very smelly to her. But she knew that if this smell was smelled by a human or other mutant beast, it would definitely be different from what she smelled. Looking at the area around the mutated mushroom, it was also a very powerful fellow. The current mutant plants, as long as the level of their energy core increased, the area around their habitat would be cleared out by their energy. This was the same phenomenon that occurred when Lin Xiao hunted so many mutant plants. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At this time, there was the sound of a mouse. Lin Xiao looked down and saw a very large mutant mouse crawling in. The mouse's body was the size of a Chinese rural dog, and it walked a little unsteadily. Its eyes were infatuated, and its nose kept sniffing in the direction of the mushroom. Lin Xiao silently looked at the huge mouse crawling towards the mushroom, as if it was drunk. It staggered left and right until it reached the mushroom's root. The big mouse appeared to be a lot more docile. Although its 2 sharp teeth were exposed, it didn't give off a fierce feeling. It leaned against the mushroom's root in intoxication and slightly closed its eyes, as if it was about to fall asleep. After a while, Lin Xiao saw a few white tentacles hanging down from the mushroom umbrella. The tentacles that were as thick as a baby's arm gently twisted towards the big mouse. Just as it was very close to the mouse, the tip of the tentacle suddenly fiercely pierced into the mouse's body. Puff! Squeak! Squeak, squeak! The big mouse didn't have any reaction at first, but after a few seconds, it had a violent reaction. Then it began to struggle with all its might. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.